A French Soldier's War Diary by Henri Desagneaux, narrated by Isaac Darlon. It may appear unwise to publish a new work retelling the story of the First World War when almost everything seems to have been said about it and the event has become distant in our minds. However, Captain Desagneaux writes, one cannot imagine what the simple phrase of an official statement like, "We have recaptured a trench," really means. It is precisely so that these words should no longer hide reality, but show it in all its force, that this diary should be read. At the same time, the reader will discover that the First World War is not only that terrible Holocaust with symbolic names like Verdun and the Chemin des Dames, etc., but a pattern of events which might seem comical if they were not heartbreaking and too often tragic, due to the pettiness of military life, to the cowardice or blindness of certain leaders, to the bitterness which led to the mutinous revolts of 1917 throughout France. Like the private, the reader sometimes desires to get back to the trenches and often ends up wondering what is the most deadly, the front or the rear. Finally, 50 years after the event, these pages are the testimony of a man, of a race of men who, because society and its moral principles, consciously or unconsciously, have changed, will scarcely be met with again. It is not our intention to sit in judgment or to establish comparisons, which are, after all, a matter of individual conscience. But it is obvious that a sense of patriotic duty pushed to such a degree of sacrifice, so much courage allied with so much modesty, so much honesty and uprightness, even when confronted by stupidity and absurdity, cannot but be remarkable. One can see in this diary as events precede the birth of a new mentality, which is not that of the author. This may appear justified, perhaps even necessary, but it certainly does not possess either its nobility or its grandeur. For two reasons, however, we do not desire to sing further the praises of a man whom you will discover, in spite of his discretion and natural modesty. Firstly, because this account, by its words and its silences, is a sufficient testimony for him. Lastly, because I would not wish to be seen lacking in tact about a man who had so much himself, whom I deeply admire, who was my father, Jean Desagneaux. 1914, August 1st, Saturday. From the early hours, Paris is in turmoil. People still have a glimmer of hope, but nothing suggests that matters can now be settled peacefully. The banks are besieged. One has to queue for 2 or 3 hours before getting inside. At midday, the doors are closed, leaving outside large numbers of people who will have to leave on the following day. In front of the Gare de l'Est, the conscripts throng the yard ready for departure. Emotion is at its peak. Relations and friends accompany those being called up individually. The women are crying, the men too. They have to say goodbye without knowing whether they will ever return. At last, at 4:15 in the afternoon, the news spreads like wildfire. Posters are being put up with the order for mobilization on them. It's every man for himself. You scarcely have the time to shake a few hands before having to go home to make preparations for departure. It's 5 o'clock. My mobilization order states, first day of mobilization without delay. The first day is August 2nd. August 2nd, Sunday. Mobilized as a reserve lieutenant in the railway transport service, I am posted to Grey. At 6 in the morning, after some painful goodbyes, I go to Nogent-le-Perreux station. The train service is not yet organized. There are no more passenger or goods trains. The mobilization timetable is now operative, but nobody at the station has any idea when a train is due. Sad day, sad journey. At 7 a.m. a train comes. It arrives at its terminus, Troyes, at 2 p.m. I didn't bring anything to eat. The refreshment room has already sold out. The rush of troops is beginning and consuming everything in its path. Already you find yourself cut off from the world. The newspapers don't come here anymore. But on the other hand, how much news there is. Everyone has his bit of information to tell, and it's true. A squadron of Uhlans has been made prisoner. The 20th Corps is already in Alsace. Everyone's talking about a turpin powder, the effects of which are supposed to be devastating. At last, in the afternoon, I catch the first train which comes along. A magnificent row of first-class carriages, a Paris, Vienna de luxe, all stock is mobilized, which is going no one knows precisely where, except that it is in the direction of the front. The compartments and corridors are bursting at the seams with people from all classes of society. The atmosphere is friendly, enthusiastic, but the train is already clearly suffering from this influx from every stratum of society. The blinds are torn down, luggage racks and mirrors broken, and the toilets emptied of their fittings. It's typical French destruction. At midnight, I am at Vesoul. Nothing to eat there either, no train for Grey. I go to sleep on a bench in the refreshment room. The most fantastic rumours are going around. Everyone is seeing spies unbolting railway track or trying to blow up bridges. August 3rd, Monday. At 4:28, I leave Vesoul and arrive at last at Grey at 6:30 a.m., where I put myself at the disposal of the commander called Ménétrier. I am sent to Théon station to see to the detraining of the troops. The Eastern Railway Company is a source of admiration to everyone, but we are not used to such slow speeds. The average for a military train is 2.5 kilometers an hour. Morale is excellent. Everyone is extraordinarily quiet and calm. Along the track, at level crossings, in the towns, crowds singing La Marseillaise gather to greet the troops. The French women have set to it. They are handing out drinks, writing paper, and cigarettes. The general impression is the following. It's Kaiser Bill who wanted war. It had to happen. We shall never have such a fine opportunity again. I don't stay long at Grey. At midday, I catch the train again. I'm at Vesoul at 2:30, at Épinal at midnight. The area is already full of soldiers, and there are no provisions to be found. Rumour has it that German planes are bombing Luneville. Épinal is protected by the searchlights of its forts. The weather is heavy and stormy. August 4th. After 3 hours' stop, I leave Épinal at 2:59 a.m. and arrive at Théon at 3:25. It's pouring with rain, nothing to eat and no rest. The troops' billets have to be prepared immediately, for they will soon be here. No newspapers, no news. The Épinal searchlights rake the sky incessantly. August 6th, Thursday. At 2 a.m. I get 1 hour's rest. The next train is due at 3. The traffic is intense, with the same enthusiasm and the same slogans: death to the Kaiser, string the Kaiser up, death to the Boches, the same caricatures, pigs' heads in pointed helmets, bouquets, garlands, flags. At daybreak, 2 convoys of wounded already are announced, one of 400 for Épinal, the other for Théon. According to reports, an infantry battalion has been decimated by machine gun fire. The whole afternoon, trains arrive every 2 hours, artillery and infantry. When the troops get out, the local children shower them with flowers. Still no letters or newspapers. We know nothing about what is happening. August 11th, Tuesday. The troops continue to arrive. 3 companies are in front of us. A battle somewhere between Nancy and Épinal, near Sarrebourg, is expected shortly. There is cannon fire at Blamont and Baccarat. Casualties are starting to arrive, and sunstroke is prevalent. People are not so enthusiastic now as in the first days. The territorials and reservists are now arriving. They are not as orderly as the regulars. Then there are convoys, lines of carriages of every description and limitless baggage. The HQ of the 13th Company has been set up at Théon. How many non-combatants? What a burden they are. They have requisitioned everything in the surrounding area, and the troops have to camp in the open. Organisation, too, is not what it should be. There is a train bringing a convoy of administrative personnel. It has been travelling for 29 hours and has no fixed destination. The men have no provisions and have not eaten for a whole day. August 12th, Wednesday. Decidedly there is not the same spirit as before. Perhaps it's due to the torrid heat, but the enthusiasm isn't there anymore. The trains are not decorated with death to the Kaiser and the flowers have disappeared. Now it's slovenliness and orders bawled out as in manoeuvres. The leaders forget that it is wartime. The men get irritable when they see that the orders of the day prescribe polish, uniform regulations, and the pettiness of barrack life. Disorder is rapidly replacing the order of the early days. The maimed and sick arrive from God knows where. only one train a day to evacuate them. The wounded, sometimes feverish, are forced to spend up to 20 hours at the station, in the open air without food or medical attention, left to themselves. Nothing has been planned for them by their companies, they just get rid of them, and that's all. The troops of Rambervillers and the surroundings come to fetch their supplies at Thayon. That is 30 kilometers there and another 30 back. The horses are worn out, and the units only get their supplies at 10 or 11 in the evening. There is no more meat left to slaughter. The ranks can't get the order to requisition any, as the senior supply officer hasn't been seen for 3 days. Everyone blames everyone else. The locals don't want to hear anything about requisitions. They are tired of giving. The mayor, Ledelin, is willing to give up everything, provided that his factory is not touched, that he keeps his car, his horses, and can enjoy life as before. August 15th to 18th, last arrivals. Reserve artillery, transport columns, ambulances. No news of operations, but people are speaking of some successes in the Vosges and in Belgium. Guns are firing away in the distance. The latest trains are transporting vehicles of all sorts, buses, delivery vans from such shops as Bon Marché, Potin, Printemps. It's like a carnival procession. At last, on the 18th, at 1 in the morning, I am ordered back to Gray. The mobilization is over. At Gray, Desagneaux is ordered to take charge of the supplying of the 44th Division at Bruyères. August 25th, Tuesday, third night, on my third-class bench. The guns roar incessantly. There is fighting at Rambervillers. It appears we've had a setback there and abandoned the Sainte-Marie Hill. The German heavy artillery is causing severe losses. Otherwise, no news. The influx of troops just doesn't stop. The evacuation trains too arrive one after the other to carry the inhabitants of the towns and countryside towards the rear. The Germans are advancing and people are fleeing in front of the invader. They run but have no idea where they are going. It's worse than the destruction of a town. Refugees arrive from all directions, a mixture of every class of society. The peasant carrying his little bundle, the worker with a few old clothes, small farmers, shopkeepers with their cases, finally the bourgeois dragging along a dog or a trunk. Over Rambervillers, the guns thunder the whole day. One can see a sad procession of town and country folk, panic-stricken, fleeing in front of the enemy. Badonville, Parou, completely destroyed, Blamont, Rayon, Baccarat, Rambervillers. Men, women, children and old folk are huddled together in any vehicles they could find. What a sad sight it is to see the old carts drawn by nags that even the requisition officers refused. These poor people, distressed, leaving their homes and their possessions without knowing whether they will return. There are families of 7, 8 children walking along the road. An old man supported by a neighbour. He was a refugee in 1870 and is one again in 1914. A young mother pushing a pram in which her months-old baby is crying. It brings tears to your eyes. All these people waiting, drawn towards the station. The railway is their only hope. They stand crowded together in the cattle wagons. The youngsters don't understand. The others ask where they will be taken. It's an indescribable mess. The guns thunder away, and convoys of wounded arrive to increase the confusion. Whole trains of them come. Others leave empty to bring back 2,000 wounded, announced at Rambervillers. Their limbs shot off, their heads a pulpy mess. All these bandages, spattered with blood, mingle with the civilian population. The troops can only speak of the heavy artillery, which shoots 10 kilometers, and against which our 75s are powerless. To make the pain even more unbearable, pessimistic rumours are circulating. The Germans are advancing. They will be here soon. The people push, shove, in their desire to leave. A detachment of sappers is on duty at the station with 3,000 kilos of dynamite, ready to blow up the Bruyères tunnel in case of invasion. Other rumours are going round. General Dubail has been relieved of his command. Our troops are said to have been massacred at Sarrebourg. We are going through some alarming moments, caught up in the fever which is gripping these poor people. The trains are bringing thousands of human beings who crowd out the station and the railway lines and make the civilian population ever more eager to escape. The station staff are working frantically. The guns fire non-stop. The news is quite contradictory, and night is going to fall without relieving the fear that the enemy could arrive at any moment. September 2nd, Wednesday. I spend the night at the station, waiting for orders that fail to come. Convoys of wounded arrive in huge numbers. Some German prisoners state that they don't know that England, Russia, and Japan are at war with Germany. They don't know either that Belgium is fighting to stop German troops passing through her territory. They say also that there is revolution in Berlin, and they curse the Kaiser. September 6th, Sunday. A large number of soldiers wound themselves so that they can leave the front. September 8th, Tuesday. Throughout the area, at Dijon, Besançon, arrive panic-stricken Parisians. They are fleeing just like those who lived near the frontier. September 9th to 10th. The news is better. The Germans are said to have been driven back between Meaux and Verdun, about 40 kilometres along a front of 200. 11 to 16 September. The weather is dreadful. Troops board the train as the rain pours down. All the soldiers who come back from the front speak about the German heavy artillery. In the beginning, its effect was to start a rout, and the officers had to force the men back by threatening them with their revolvers. Later on, the troops were quicker off the mark, and the Boches' shots were wasted. September 25th to 26th. We are embarking the Colonial Brigade of Infantry, Colonel Marchand, destined for Toul to resist a German attack made on Saint-Mihiel. It's a real feat. These troops got their orders to embark at midnight when they were fighting at Baccarat. After a 50-kilometre march, the first trainload is ready to leave the same evening. Colonel Marchand informs us that he has a real epidemic of wounded hands. The men who are fed up with the trenches put their hands in the air to get a bullet and be evacuated. He says too that in his opinion the war will be long. He speaks of 3 years. All those who hear him think he is mad. October 8th, Thursday. At 4 a.m. I received the order to leave at 5 to supply with provisions the 74th Division at Varengeville. Here only a few shells have fallen, but the surrounding area has been the scene of hard fighting. I take the chance of 2 hours off to go to Harrencourt, 4.5 kilometres away, where a large battle took place. Of the village, 800 to 1,000 inhabitants, only ruins remain, and scarcely 7 or 8 houses which are habitable. Round about, there are only half-destroyed trenches and graves. At every step there is a cross, indicating a corpse, then shell holes, followed by more, huge fields which are the scene of desolation. There are piles of ruins everywhere, walls and roofs collapsed, and what has not been destroyed by cannon fire has been burnt. The burnt carcasses of horses are strewn here and there. Their church was even bombarded during a funeral service. One can see the outline of the catafalque and a shred of white cloth. The rest is merely ruins. In spite of all this, the inhabitants return. One can see them prowling around what was once their home, searching through the rubble, crying over their fate. I am back at Vézelise by 10 p.m. The guns are still firing. December 20th, I am handed a telegram announcing that I shall be relieved on the 23rd and should put myself at the disposal of Railway Control HQ. What do they want of me? December 24th, Thursday. I learn that I have been made assistant to the senior officer. An honour, perhaps, but what a change of life. My life in the open air and journeys to adventure are over. Instead of work that demanded initiative, I shall be in an office, amid my bosses from morning to evening, with even my meals taken on the spot in the station refreshment room. How lonely I feel. Won't my former friends have a jealous smile on their lips? What a sad end to my year. And tonight is Christmas, and my kiddies at home will put their shoes in front of the fireplace, and I won't be there to see the joy on their faces tomorrow morning. I am alone, very alone, and also quite sad. 1915. From December 25th, 1914 to November 10th, 1915, Desagneaux is Assistant Railway Control Officer at Gray under Commandant Ménétrier. June 15th, the cavalry divisions, which had been massed at Arras, returned to rest in the Vosges. The Moroccan division is returning too. I leave Grey on July 4th to carry out its disembarkation at Belfort. It was this division to which the attack at Arras was entrusted. They first attacked on May 9th, penetrated the German defence and routed them. But the order had been issued to advance only 800 metres. In one thrust, the troops advanced 5 kilometres. The reinforcements did not follow, and the breach served no purpose. On a front 10 kilometres wide, the enemy artillery had been overrun, and the Boche were in full flight. When the reinforcements did arrive, it was too late, and the cavalry massed behind was of no effect. The officers attribute this failure to General Foch, who was ill-prepared. He thought it wouldn't happen, and a breach was impossible. The Moroccan division, in the fighting of May 9th to 10th, lost 9,000 out of their 15,000 men. It had with it the 33rd Corps, the 71st Division, and the 17th Corps, the latter not being involved in the attack. A second attack on June 16th failed, as the enemy was ready this time. The division is returning to Belfort to reform. Its infantry no longer exists, and its artillery has been reduced by half. 300,000 shells were fired to prepare the attack, and as a result, the majority of the guns blew up towards the end of the fighting. From November 10th, 1915 to January 10th, 1916, Desagneaux is transferred to Besançon under Menetrier, who has now been made lieutenant colonel. 1916, January 10th. Here is the date on which I am supposed to leave the railway control service, but to go where and to do what, no one can tell me. Lieutenant Colonel Menetrier has not bothered about us one single day. If you are leaving, you don't count anymore. He only had to ask the army. His motto must be gold braid, brevity and selfishness. In spite of numerous phone calls, there are no orders for me. The army knows vaguely that we are expected. There are questions and deliberations, but we can't learn anything. The whole day will be like this. No orders. Even HQ has no idea. I decide, therefore, to go to Remiremont to the Army HQ to find out what they want to do with me. Training course for company commanders at Remiremont, January 15th to February 14th, January 12th. Here I am at Remiremont. I arrive at the Army HQ. There, the same old story. They don't know what to do with us. They have heard that some railway officers were to join a unit, but that's all. No orders. Then, once again, there are phone calls to the ministry and to Central HQ. Result, call again, and we will see then. Finally, in the evening, we learn we are to follow a training course for company commanders at Remiremont, January 14th. After settling in, I introduce myself with other friends in the same position to the course director, Lieutenant Colonel Pettit. Great embarrassment. He has no orders to receive us, and the course that we are supposed to follow is just finishing. Still more phone calls. Why are we arriving now? What is to be done with us? Must we join our regiment and return in 5 to 6 days for the next course? Oh, the beauty of French organization. After long and frequent deliberations, they decide to keep us for the end of this course, and then we shall start the next one. January 16th, Sunday, rest. The first time since August 2nd, 1914 that I see this word on a programme. I go climbing in the mountains with Jarosson to get some fresh air. January 17th, first meeting of the course. There are about 60 officers. In lorries, we are driven to the Epinal range for a session of trench destruction by tunnelling. It's cold, the preparations are long. At the end of half an hour there is an explosion, then another, then a third. When night falls, we leave. January 18th, 19th, 20th. Theory, work on machine guns, tear gas, poisonous gases, etc. And finally manoeuvres to close the session. The sessions are interesting, but how ordinary the officers are. The last offensive in Champagne, after so many others, cost us dearly in officers, and all those who are here are former sergeant majors, or NCOs. The companies are being commanded at the moment by sub-lieutenants. January 21st, second day of manoeuvres in the mountains. We have no orders, we don't know anything, we march aimlessly. January 25th, beginning of the new course. On the following day, inspection by General de Villeray. commanding the 7th Army, an inspection of the battalion which is supposed to teach us something. It turns out to be a grotesque parade where this general is only interested in the men's bootlaces, the buttons on their greatcoats, and the hooks on their cartridge pouches. January 29th. A Zeppelin flies over Paris and throws down bombs. January 31st. Exercises at Epinal and in crossing the Moselle. February 1st. Zeppelins over England. 54 killed, 67 wounded. February 2nd. Practice with inflammable liquids, throwing bombs, torpedoes, and rockets at the port of Parmont. February 4th. Instruction on how to electrify barbed wire. What don't they invent these days to kill each other with? February 5th. Horse riding lesson. Practical work, some of it interesting, some not, is succeeded by theory. Practice at indirect machine gun fire at Plombières. It's cold, the snow is deep. February 15th. End of course. Departure from Remiremont. The regiment is actually resting near Bruyères, where I shall go to join it. Lorraine sector. February 18th to May 29th, 16 February, Wednesday. Arrival at Bruyères at 8:50 a.m. Jarosson and myself introduce ourselves to the staff of the 129th Infantry Division, General Garby. Great embarrassment. We are told that in the 2nd Infantry Regiments, 359th and 297th, all ranks are filled. We are surplus to requirements and they don't know what to do with us. Yet again, orders have to be sought. While we wait, we have to go and join our corps. After lunch at HQ, we go to Grandvillers, Vosges, where the regiment is billeted. Lieutenant Colonel Mellier, who is in command, has no orders concerning us, but welcomes us enthusiastically as his officers are of poor calibre. I am immediately appointed company commander to the 22nd Company, 6th Battalion. February 17th, I take command of my company, 3 very ordinary sub-lieutenants, 2 butchers and a draper's assistant, all reservists. I feel the ill will of the combatants against someone from the rear, but I'm the boss, and they don't dare say anything. The men are aged between 20 and 42 years of age, a mixture which creates 2 cliques. The young ones team up with those of their own age, and the old ones stick together. The NCOs could be a lot better. They were corporals or even privates 2 months ago. They have no notion of leadership or responsibility. They are privates with stripes. The regiment, which started fighting at the end of 1914, has fought successively in the Vosges, at Louige, where it had a stiff time, in the north, and finally in Champagne last October. It was part of the attacks of October 5th to 6th. Although the officers in the front line complained on several occasions that the barbed wire fencing was not destroyed, the attack was ordered nevertheless. The order had been given, there was no going back, and the answer was always the same: it's not possible. Our artillery has been firing for 48 hours. The wire is certainly cut. It was under such conditions that the regiment attacked. In my battalion, 2 companies succeeded in getting through. The 2 others were stuck on the wire. These 2 were decimated or captured. The 2 others spent the day between the lines and suffered huge losses. The same thing happened in the other battalions. The regiment lost about 30 officers. They were forced to promote whoever they could. March 5th, Sunday reconnaissance of the Array sector, where we are due to relieve the outposts this evening. It seems that we are going to have to stay in this area. For our reconnaissance, we are driven by car to a hillock which overlooks the horizon, that's all. It's 6 p.m. We leave Bouxières, relieve the troops at Array at 8:30 p.m. It's my first relief. Fortunately, the sector is quiet. The men take up their positions. My predecessor gives me my instructions and takes me on a trip round the sector. It's pitch dark. We stumble along the communication trenches at the risk of breaking our necks at every step. We don't see anything of note and come back. March 6th, Monday. My command post is in a cellar under a group of flattened houses. The whole area is like this. The cellar is swarming with rats, and uncomfortable isn't the word. In the morning, I go out and explore the sector. My company is guarding a front of 2 kilometers before the village. The Cille, a small stream, separates the lines. The sector is quiet. some gunfire here and there. I make the most of it to visit the surrounding area. Everything is devastated. It's total ruin everywhere. One can see the fury that went into searching through the furniture and in destroying everything. The wardrobes are broken, the drawers torn out and scattered. Everything of value has been taken. The rest is littered on the floor. Nothing is left except for some filthy scraps of paper and cloth and some broken odds and ends. It's pitiful. In the presbytery, it's worse, if that's possible. They were even more bent on destruction there, seeing that it was the priest's home. The church is in an indescribable state of devastation. March 8th, Wednesday. At 4 a.m., grenades, machine gun fire, a German patrol is sighted trying to cut our wire entanglements. Soon, all goes quiet. March 11th, Saturday. Order to be relieved. We have been here for 6 days and are beginning to get well organized in the sector and now have to hand over to others. That's the reason why our sectors are never organized. Where are we going? We don't know. I am changing company. I have been given command of the 21st. It's the worst of the battalions. Its captain, who has been made adjutant major, is a former regular NCO and a real boozer. The sub-lieutenants who are there join in with their captain and spend their time drinking and gambling. Regretfully, I leave my 22nd company, which I was getting to know well. The relief takes place at 8:30 p.m. without hindrance. We are going to be quartered at Boussières-aux-Chênes, where we arrive at 2 in the morning, March 12th, Sunday. We settle in at Boussières. I take command of the 21st Company. As officers, I have 4 sub-lieutenants, a former regular sergeant who is strong but simple, a wine barrel of a butcher, a commercial traveller from Marseille, formerly from the 15th Corps, and a steamboat pilot who can't say one word without swearing. At mealtimes, 2 sergeants, why are they there, come to join the group. The mess has a reputation for gambling and drunkenness. It's the only one in the battalion to which no one comes. My comrades pity me, while my superiors are counting on me to raise the morale of the troops, so I start by sending the 2 sergeants to the NCOS mess. That will make 2 drunkards less with us. March 13th, Monday. I am terribly bored in this unsympathetic atmosphere where I have no friends. We are in a state of alert in a rotten little village of about 20 inhabitants. There's no escape. Even so near the front, with the prospect of leaving for it at any moment, it's barrack life. We clean the streets. In our quarters we make weapon racks, polish everything, and do theory. March 20th, Monday. After hastily fortifying the front line, it is noticed there is no second line of defence in front of Nancy. Yet again, we work frantically. The guns are more active and it is difficult to go out. What to do besides? We are forbidden to ride, to leave the billet area, and to carry a camera. We would prefer to go to the trenches. March 22nd, Wednesday. All the troops are working day and night. It's an orgy of digging, fixing wooden props and barbed wire. Why didn't they do it earlier? March 29th, Wednesday. The sector is quiet, so the generals make the most of it to plague us with their visits. March 30th, Thursday. The artillery thunders. Armancourt receives 260 shells. An attack is expected. We are on the alert. If we were to attack, we would have to cover 1,500 metres of open ground, without a trench or anywhere to shelter. April 1st, Saturday. The day is beautiful but troubled. There is firing all along the line. At 10 in the evening, it's hell. Guns roar everywhere. To the right, to the left, in front, behind. Armancourt is ablaze. Its church is on fire. Its steeple collapses. A splendid sight and a terrible one. April 14th to 16th, I am in charge of the wooden defence works at Lattes, Cugnes and Rapon. These works were begun by the 121st Light Infantry Battalion, continued by the 120th and taken over by the 359th Infantry. I come to the following staggering conclusion. There is no overall plan for these works, everyone building as he pleases. The 121st had their plan. The 120th didn't like it and modified what had been done. whilst the 359th has another conception of the defence works. It's the third time that the work changes hands in 3 weeks. Here is an example of such organisation. The 121st was building machine gun shelters at ground level. The 120th abandoned these to construct others beside them below ground. The light infantry dug trenches 90 centimetres wide with a framework of interwoven branches built over them. In our regiment, the soldiers are digging them 1.2 metres wide with ready-built frames. We cannot therefore continue the work as it was. The shelters built by the light infantry are 4 to 5 metres square for a squad or half a platoon as necessary. In the 359th, we want shelters of 10.2 metres by 4.5 metres for one platoon. So, after all the digging has been done and all the wooden frames are ready to be fixed, these are left to the rain so that dimensions favoured by the 359th can be undertaken. When we leave, our successors will undoubtedly have their own method of work, and that's how, after 20 months of war, nothing is done. It's a waste of time and energy and a complete lack of organisation along the line. May 26th. Yet again, there is talk of our being relieved and going to Verdun. They have been fighting over there for 3 months now. All divisions are going there in turn. Verdun sector 31st of May to 5th of July, 10th of June, Saturday. At 1 in the morning, order for departure at 4 a.m. We are to march in the direction of Verdun. That gives us an extra day of life. We are billeted at Rosières near Bar. June 12th, Monday, Isoncourt, last stage before Verdun. There is not much room as carload upon carload of supplies and munitions speed past us. June 13th, Tuesday, Reveille at 2 a.m. At 5 we travel by car and are put down at Nixerville, 6 kilometres from Verdun. We bivouac in a wood in a lake of mud. The guns fire angrily. It's pouring down. At 3 p.m. we are ordered to stand by to leave. We don't, however. We spend the night and the day of the 14th waiting, in torrential rain with mud up to our ankles. Our teeth chatter with cold. We are very uncomfortable. Although the troops have been stopping here for the last 4 months to go to and from Verdun, there is not one single hut or shelter. We camp in individual tents in thick mud. You should hear what the men say about it. At 5 p.m, order for departure at 6:30. We are going to be quartered in the citadel of Verdun. Faces are grave. The guns are thundering over there. It's a real furnace. Everyone realises that perhaps tomorrow death will come. Numerous rumours are circulating. We are going to Mont-Homme, which has been captured by the Boche, or to the fort at Vaux. What is certain, nothing good lies in store for us. We arrive at the citadel at 10 p.m. after a difficult march through the mud. June 15th, Thursday. We spend the day in the citadel waiting. The guns fire ceaselessly. Huge shells, 380s to 420s, crash down on Verdun, causing serious damage. I walk as far as the town. It's in ruins and deserted. One can't stay outside for long, as shells are dropping everywhere. The citadel is a real underground town, with narrow-gauge railway, dormitories and rooms of every type. It's safe here, but very gloomy. At 9 in the evening, we leave, not knowing our destination. We advance slowly through the night. At every moment, huge shells come and explode on Verdun, at the crossroads, and in the direction of our gun batteries which are stationed on all sides. We march in silence, everyone conscious of the seriousness of the moment. At 1 a.m. we arrive at the Bras-Ravin quarries, where we remain in reserve. No shelter, nothing. We are in the open fields at the mercy of the first shell. June 16th, Friday. Superb weather, but not far from us. It's a furnace of artillery fire. The Boche pump their shells at us, and our guns reply. What a racket! 150s and 210s scour the land on all sides, and there is nothing anyone can do but wait. The battalion is massed in the ravine without any shelter. If their shelling was not at random, it would be dreadful for us. The German observation balloons scan the horizon. Up in the sky, their planes search for us. We curl up in a hole when a shell bursts near us, and it's like this until evening when orders arrive. At 6 p.m., my company and another, the 24th, receive the order to advance with a view to reinforcing the 5th Battalion, which is to attack on the following day. We leave, not knowing exactly where we are going, and no one has a map. We have a vague idea where the command posts are. Guides are rare in this area, where death stalks at every step. With difficulty, we move along crumbling trenches, cross a ridge to take up our position in the Ravin des Dames. The shells rain down, still no shelter. We haven't eaten for 24 hours and don't know if supplies can arrive tonight. June 17th, Saturday. The attack is due at 9 a.m. The 106th is in charge with the 5th Battalion of the 359th as support. We have to recapture a trench at the top of the ravine that the Boche took from us the day before. We spend the night in the Bras Ravin. Hurriedly, we dig a trench to give our men some shelter. Just beside us, there is a cemetery where the dead are being brought at every moment. The guns fire furiously. From 3 o'clock, it's hell. One cannot imagine what the simple phrase of an official statement like, "We have recaptured a trench," really means. The attack is prepared from 4 to 9 o'clock. All guns firing together. The Germans fire non-stop. Ammunition dumps blow up. It's deadly. There are so many explosions around us that the air reeks of powder and earth. We can't see clearly anymore. We wait anxiously without knowing whether we shall be alive an hour later. At 9, the gunner's range lengthens. We can't see anything up in front anymore. The planes fly low, signalling all the time. At 11, after a relative pause, the cannonade starts up again. At 2 p.m, it's worse still. It's enough to drive you mad. The Boche are only firing their 200s, 10s and 100s, 50s. Shrapnel explodes above us. We have no idea of what is happening or of the result. We are infested by huge black flies. You don't know where to put yourself. At 6 p.m, I receive the order to reconnoitre the gun emplacements in the front line as our battalion is relieving tonight. The shell bursts are so continuously heavy that we cannot advance before nightfall, and it is impossible to cross the ridge. The wounded from this morning's attack are beginning to arrive. We learn what happened. Our artillery fired too short and demolished our frontline trench, evacuated for the attack, instead of firing on the Boche. When we attacked, the Germans let us advance to 15 meters and then caught us in a hail of machine gun fire. We succeeded in capturing several parts of the trench but couldn't hold them. At the moment, out troops are scattered here and there in shell craters. During the attack, the German planes bombed our men ceaselessly. Our losses are enormous. The 106th already has 350 to 400 men out of action, 2 captains killed and a large number of officers wounded. The 5th Battalion of the 359th, which was advancing in support, was caught by gunfire and suffered heavily. The 19th Company hasn't got 1 officer left. In the 18th, 3 are missing. We have 32 Boche as prisoners. The positions are the same as before the attack, with our troops only being able to maintain the frontline position which they had previously evacuated. At nightfall, the dead arrive on stretchers at the cemetery. In this, the ravine of death, they lay there, lined up, waiting to be put into the holes that are being hastily dug for them. Major Payen, his head red with blood, Major Cornwalls, black with smoke, still others unrecognizable and often in pieces. A sad spectacle, which is repeated here every day. June 18th, Sunday. We have had to leave to occupy our new positions before our food arrived. It's the second day without food. We eat what little we've got amid huge black flies. We are now stuck at the top of the ridge in a half-collapsed trench without any shelter. The whole night there is terrible shelling. We lie flat and pray for any hole to shelter in. At every moment we are sprayed with clouds of earth and stone splinters. There must be an attack on the right, as one can hear the chatter of machine guns. How many men are afraid? How many croix de guerre are weak at the knees? The 210s make the ground quake. It's hellish and explains the dazed looks of those who return from such a sector. It's Sunday. Day breaks amid bursts of gunfire. We await orders. One can't think of washing or sleeping. No news, neither papers nor letters. It's a void. We are no longer in a civilized world. One suffers and says nothing. The night has been cold. Lying on the damp earth, one just shivers, not being able to breathe properly because of the smell. The afternoon doesn't pass too badly. It's an artillery duel where the infantry is not spared. At 8 p.m., I receive the order to relieve in the front line a company of the 106th. At 9 p.m., this order is countermanded. I am to relieve a company of the 5th Battalion of the 359th in the ravine at the Boyau Marie near the Trois Cornes Wood, where there are attacks every day. Orders and counter-orders follow each other. No one has a map or even a sketch. We don't know where the Boche are, but there is some fear that they will attack us on our right. My company is all in a line in this trench which collapsed yesterday under the bombardment following our attack. A squad of machine gunners of the 5th Battalion is buried in it. The following day at dawn we will discover all along the trench, corpses, then legs and arms protruding out of the ground. Scarcely are we in position when the shelling restarts. The only shelter is small crannies in which one must curl up. We are being shelled from the front and from the flank. What fire! The ground trembles, the air is unbreathable. By midnight I have already 8 wounded in my company. June 19th, Monday. We are expecting an attack at any moment. There is talk of recapturing the trenches with grenades. But what are our leaders doing? We don't see them here. We are left to ourselves. They won't come and bother us. We try and make ourselves as comfortable as possible, but the more we dig, the more bodies we find. We give up and go elsewhere, but we just leave one graveyard for another. At dawn, we have to stop as the German planes are up above spying on us. They signal and the guns start up again, more furiously than before. No sleep, no water, impossible to move out of one's hole, to even show your head above the trench. We are filthy dirty and have only cold, tinned food to eat. We are not receiving supplies anymore and have only been here for 4 days. The afternoon and the evening are dreadful. It's an inferno of fire. The Germans are attacking our front line. We expect at any instant to be summoned to help. The machine guns sputter, the ground trembles, the air is full of dust and smoke which scorch the throat. This lasts until 10 p.m. The fatigue party has to leave under a hail of fire to go and fetch our food just outside Verdun. 6 kilometers there and 6 more back. The men go without saying a word. June 20th, Tuesday. The food supplies only arrive with great difficulty at 2 this morning. Still no water. When one has exhausted one's ration of coffee and wine, you have to go thirsty. By day, the heat is overpowering. We are surrounded by flies and corpses which give off a nauseating smell. On the alert the whole night. Our position is critical. The Boche harass us. On our right, the ravine cannot be occupied because of the shelling. The Thiaumont and Vaux works are being bombarded continuously. On the left too, Brasse and Mortom are being shelled. Yesterday my company had 2 men killed and 10 wounded. The morning is calmer, but at 1 p.m. the firing starts up again. It's a battle of extermination. Man against the cannon. 8 p.m. night falls. Time doesn't go fast enough. We would like it to be tomorrow already. 10 p.m. Great commotion, red and white flares, chatter of machine guns, thunder of artillery. 400 meters from us, a new attack is unleashed upon our lines. Every man is at his post waiting the whole night through. Will the Boche rush us from the top of the ridge? Shells explode only meters from us, and all around men fall wounded. We are blinded by the shells and by the earth they throw up. It's an inferno. One could write about such a day, minute by minute. Meanwhile, orders to stand by arrive. Ready we are, but those who are sending these orders, without knowing what is happening, would do better to come here to see the position we are in. Today again, 1 killed and 9 wounded in my company. June 21st, Wednesday. Impossible to sleep. Even an hour, the deluge of shells continues, and the whole night, frantic orders follow each other. You may be attacked, be ready. We have been ready for 3 days. The night passes in an inferno of fire. Near Mortom, calm has returned. The Boche are concentrating on Hill 321 and Vaux. It's hell out there. You wonder how anyone will come out alive. The shells, the shrapnel, the 200s 10s fall like hail for 24 hours non-stop, only to start again. Everything trembles, one's nerves as well as the ground. We feel at the end of our tether. And what a responsibility. The chiefs tell us, keep watch, but no one can give you any indication about the terrain. On our right, there's the ravine of Hill 321, but we don't even know the positions occupied by our troops and by the Boche. Our artillery itself is firing without knowing our positions. 8 p.m. We have been bombarded by 210s for exactly 24 hours. The Germans have been attacking on our right since 6 p.m. My company at every moment receives the order to stand by to advance. It's a state of perpetual anguish, not a moment's respite. We crouch there with our packs on our backs, waiting, scanning the top of the ridge to see what is happening, and this lasts until nightfall. We are haggard, dazed, hungry, and feverishly thirsty, but there is no water. In some companies there have been cases of madness. How much longer are we going to stay in this situation? Night comes, and the guns still fire. Our trenches have collapsed. It's a tangle of equipment and guns left by the wounded. There's nothing human about it. Why don't they send the deputies, senators and generals here? 9 p.m, 2:10 still, our nerves can't take much more. Can't move or sleep. There are no more shelters. One just clings to the wall of the trench. We wait. At 9:15 the bombardment starts again. The frontline troops are so fatigued and jumpy that at every moment they believe they are being attacked and ask for artillery support. Red flares follow. Our artillery does its best. It's hellish. June 22nd. At last, in the evening, I received the order to relieve the 24th Company in the front line. The whole afternoon there has been a deluge of shells on the ravine. Perhaps we will be calmer in the front line. But where to go to relieve? A reconnaissance is impossible. No one has an idea where the troops are exactly. At 9 p.m, an avalanche of fire bursts on the ridge. The relief has to be delayed. It would be impossible to pass. Is it an attack? There is gas as well as shells. We can't breathe and are forced to put on our masks. At 11 p.m, we leave. What a relief. Not knowing our front-line positions, we advance haphazardly, and over the top we find our men crouching in shell holes. My company is placed in one line, without any trench, in shell craters. It's a plateau, swept continuously by machine gun fire and flares. Every 10 steps one has to fall flat on the ground so as not to be seen. The terrain is littered with corpses. What an advance. It's dark. One feels something soft beneath one's feet. It's a stomach. One falls down flat and it's a corpse. It's awful. We start again with only one desire to get there. My company occupies a broken line. Impossible to move around in daylight. To the left, no communication with the neighbouring company. Just a hole 100 metres long. We don't know if the Boches are there. In the centre, the same hole, occupied or not. I have a squad which is completely isolated and stay with it. The captain I am relieving, Simeon, tries to show me the terrain. He doesn't know it himself, dazed by 4 days spent up front amid dead and wounded. In a nightmare advance, we stumble forwards, falling in shell craters, walking on corpses, flinging ourselves repeatedly to the ground. Ground where there lie forever men of the 106th, of the 359th, still others of regiments who preceded us. It's a graveyard, a glimpse of hell. June 23rd, Friday 5 a.m. The bombardment starts up again fiercely. I get a shell splinter in my lip. Nothing serious, fortunately, as the wounded have to wait until evening to get their wounds dressed. One cannot leave the shell hole even by crawling on one's stomach. 7 a.m. Alert. Commotion. The Boche attack. They are driven back by our return of fire. In the direction of Hill 321, huge attack which lasts 3 hours with wave upon wave of them. The heat is oppressive. Around us the stench of the corpses is nauseating. We have to live, eat and wait in it, do or die. It's 6 days now since we had a moment's rest or sleep. The attacks follow each other. The Boche have succeeded in advancing towards Hill 321 and in occupying a part of the ravine behind us, where our reinforcements are. The shelling has completely destroyed the trench where we were yesterday. The dead and the wounded are too numerous to count. June 24th, Saturday. Big German offensive on the right bank of the Meuse. This news arrived during the night. There is no question of our being relieved. Everything is silent, and behind us, on Fleury Ridge, the Boche continue infiltrating. We have been turned. There is no longer any doubt, as we can see enemy columns invading the terrain, and their machine guns are attacking us from behind, while our artillery has had to move back. Now something worse. My men, who have been suffering all sorts of hardships for the last 7 days, are becoming demoralized. The word prisoner is being whispered. For many, this would seem salvation. We must fight against this notion, raise morale. But how? We can't move around, and only those near us can hear. They are all good chaps, devoted, who won't leave us and will form a bodyguard. What are we waiting for? We don't know, yet we can only wait for it. Perhaps the attack which will kill us, or the bombardment to bury us, or exile even. We spend some anxious hours without knowing how long this will last. At 11 a.m. artillery is heard. Our batteries have taken up new positions and are opening fire, the Boche reply. Impossible to eat, our nerves can't stand it. If we have a call of nature to satisfy, we have to do it in a tin or on a shovel and throw it over the top of our shell hole. It's like this every day. June 25th, Sunday, terrible day and night. At 3 a.m., without warning, our own troops attack us from behind in order to recapture the terrain lost the day before on our right. These troops, without precise orders, without maps, without even knowing where our lines are, ventured off. They fell upon us, believing they had found the Boche. But the Boche were 100 meters in front, lying in wait, and bursts of machine gun fire cut them down in our trench. We thus have another heap of corpses and wounded crying out, but whom we are powerless to help. Trench. Well, almost every evening we bury the dead on the spot, and it's they who form the parapets. At 6 a.m, the guns fire furiously, and to add to our plight, our 75s fire at us. Terrible panic. 6 wounded at one go from a shell burst. Everyone wants to run for it. Agnell and I have to force these poor devils back by drawing our revolvers. Major David is killed in turn by our 75s. Our green flares ask for the range to be lengthened, but with all the dust, our artillery can't see a thing. We don't know where to put ourselves. We are powerless, isolated from everything with no means of communication. There's blood everywhere. The wounded have sought refuge with us, thinking that we could help them. The blood flows, the heat is atrocious, the corpses stink, the flies buzz. It's enough to drive one mad. 2 men of the 24th Company commit suicide. At 2 p.m, our 75s start firing on us again. Our situation is critical. It is only improved when I send a loyal man at full speed with a report to the colonel. Luckily, he gets through. June 26th, Monday. Our 220 mortars bombard Thiaumont. We must recapture some terrain to give ourselves some room and to drive the enemy back in its advance on Fleury. We attack incessantly. It's 4 days since we have been in the front line, and the relieving troops have been annihilated this morning during the attacks. Rain replaces the sun, filthy mud. We can't sit down anymore. We are covered in slime, and yet we have to lie flat. I haven't washed for 10 days. My beard is growing. I am unrecognizable, frighteningly dirty. June 27th, Tuesday. The guns thunder the whole night. The men who left to fetch the food at 10 last night haven't come back. Still longer without food or drink. 4:30 a.m, first attack on Thiaumont and Hill 321. 9 a.m, second attack. All around us men are falling. There are some only 5 meters from us in shell holes, yet we can't help them. If you show your head, you get a burst of machine gun bullets. The whole day, incessant firing. The Boche counterattack. We drive them back by our rifle fire and with grenades. My company is rapidly diminishing. We are about 60 left now. With this small number, we still have to hold our position. In the evening, when the men go to fetch supplies, we are really at the mercy of an attack. Still no relief. June 28th, Wednesday, hardest day to endure. The Boche begin to pound our positions. We take cover. Some try to flee. We have to get our revolvers out again and stand in their way. It's hard. Our nerves are frayed and it's difficult to make them see reason. At midday, while we are trying to eat a bit of chocolate, Agnel's orderly has his back broken beside us. The poor chap is groaning. There is nothing we can do except to wait for nightfall and then take him to the first aid post, and will we be able to? The wounded are so numerous and we have so few men left that those who can't walk sometimes have to wait for 48 hours before being taken away. The stretcher bearers are frightened and don't like coming to us. Furthermore, the nights are so short that they can only make one trip. 4 men to take 1 wounded on a stretcher. 1 p.m, it's an inferno. The Boche undoubtedly are preparing to attack us. Shells scream down on every side, a new panic to be checked. At 6 p.m, when we are dazed and numb, the firing range lengthens and suddenly everyone is on his feet shouting, "The Boche are coming." They attack in massed formation, in columns of 8. These troops who, moments ago, were in despair, are at their posts in a twinkling. We hold our grenades until the Boche are at 15 meters, then let them have it. Guns bark and a machine gun which survived the avalanche of shells is wreaking havoc. The Boches are cut down. Amid the smoke we see dozens of dead and wounded, and the rest retreating back to their trenches. Our commanding officer, thinking that we are hard-pressed, sends us welcome reinforcements. They will be useful for supplies and taking the wounded away. Only around 9 p.m. is it quieter. We help the wounded who are waiting to be taken away. Our shell holes are lakes of mud. It is raining and we don't know where to put ourselves. Our rifles don't work anymore and we can only rely upon our grenades, which are in short supply. This evening, still no relief. Another 24 hours to get through. It gets colder at night. We lie down in the mud and wait. June 29th, Thursday. Our 14th day in this sector. The bombardment continues. Our nerves make us tremble. We can't eat anymore. We are exhausted, yet still no relief. June 30th, Friday. Attacks and counterattacks. Frightful day. The shelling and the fatigue are becoming harder to bear. At 10 a.m, French attack on Thiaumont. The artillery fires 12,000 rounds of 255s, 550 of 220s, and the 75s fire at will. The din began at 6 this morning. The Boche reply furiously. It's hell. We are getting hit more and more often, as our position is the favourite enemy target. The majority of the shells fall on or around us. The shelling will last 10 hours, and during this time we expect an attack at any moment. To make it worse, my own company is hard hit. A 210 falls directly on a group of men sheltering in a hole. 3 killed and 2 seriously wounded who dragged themselves up to me to plead for help. A minute later, a second shell sends a machine gun flying, killing 2 more men and wounding a third. It's panic stations. The men run, and under a hail of gunfire, I have to force them back again with a revolver in my hand. Everyone goes back to his post. We set up another machine gun and keep watch. At 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. first and second French attacks on Thiaumont. The Boches harass us with their fire. Our heads are buzzing. We have had enough. Myself, Agnel, and my orderly are squashed in a hole, protecting ourselves from splinters with our packs. Numb and dazed, without saying a word, and with our hearts pounding, we await the shell that will destroy us. The wounded are increasing in numbers around us. These poor devils, not knowing where to go, come to us, believing that they will be helped. What can we do? There are clouds of smoke. The air is unbreathable. There's death everywhere. At our feet, the wounded groan in a pool of blood. 2 of them, more seriously hit, are breathing their last. 1, a machine gunner, has been blinded, with one eye hanging out of its socket and the other torn out. In addition, he has lost a leg. The second has no face, an arm blown off, and a horrible wound in the stomach. Moaning and suffering atrociously, one begs me, "Lieutenant, don't let me die, Lieutenant, I'm suffering, help me." The other, perhaps more gravely wounded and nearer to death, implores me to kill him with these words, "Lieutenant, if you don't want to, give me your revolver." Frightful, terrible moments while the cannons harry us and we are splattered with mud and earth by the shells. For hours, these groans and supplications continue until, at 6 p.m., they die before our eyes without anyone being able to help them. At this moment, the hurricane of fire ceases. We prepare to receive an attack, but fortunately, nothing happens. We look at one another, our eyes haggard, trembling all over, half crazy. Is it going to start all over again? At last, at 8 p.m., an order. We are to be relieved. What a cry of joy from those of us left. We wait anxiously, and it's 2 a.m. before the replacements arrive. Our information is quickly passed on. Soon it will be dawn, and we have to cross the zone before sunrise. Tiredness disappears, and our limbs regain enough strength to escape from these plains where at every step the guns have done their work. Corpses of men, carcasses of horses, overturned vehicles. It's a horrific graveyard all the way to Verdun. We halt, the guns are rumbling in the distance. We can breathe at last. We call the roll. How many are missing when their names are called? Our time at Verdun has been awful. Our faces have nothing human about them. For 16 days we have neither washed nor slept. Life has been spent amongst dead and dying, hardships of every sort and incessant anguish. Our cheeks are hollow, beards long, and our clothes thick with mud. And above all, we have a vision of these horrific days, the memory of a comrade fallen in action. Each one of us thinks of those who have not returned. Despite our joy at being alive, our eyes reveal the crazy horror of it all. During the struggle, whole regiments have melted away. The 129th Division doesn't exist anymore. The 359th has lost 33 officers and 1,100 men. My company, with the 22nd, had the heaviest pressure to bear. Both resisted all the German attacks. They prevented their descent into the ravine and therefore the complete encirclement of the area. July 1st, Saturday. After being relieved, we are quartered at Bois-la-Ville, in the same camp where we stopped on the way here. We arrive at 2 p.m., exhausted. We fall into bed and sleep like brutes. July 2nd, Sunday. At 8 a.m. we pile into cars, glad to leave this ill-fated region far behind. We get out at Ligny-en-Barrois at 2 p.m. We spend the evening at Ablutions. July 5th, Wednesday, promoted captain. Bois-le-Pretre sector, July 14th to October 1st. July 14th. On leave from the 6th to the 12th, I rejoin the regiment at Liverdun. At 1 a.m. we depart for Villiers-en-Haye. Leave is over. Our division, now reformed, is to take over a sector at Bois-le-Pretre. The battalions are reduced to 3 companies, the 4th forming the infantry corps. July 25th. Monday, trench life begins anew. It's calm for the moment, but things will soon hot up. This sector was guarded for 18 months by the same troops. Reservists, they had got into bad habits and not intending to kill themselves, they even went as far as fraternizing with the Boche. They passed cigarettes to each other in the trenches. They even sang songs together. Our division has orders to stop all this and to harass the Boche. Our gunners don't have to be asked twice and pound the enemy who are not long in replying. Attacks follow and the sector will become harder. August 1st. 2 years of war. The weather is glorious. Life is spent in the trenches, in shelters, crawling with rats and lice. We can hardly see it, so gloomy. The sector is hotting up. 2 officers, Limian and Poli, of the 24th Company are seriously wounded. August 5th, heavy mortar fire. For the second time, my shelter, a fragile cellar, collapses. These mortar shells are causing huge damage, but the rats, bugs and fleas are even more formidable. The medical corps don't even bother about them. We live in filthy squalor. At 1 a.m., we relieve the front line in the Marseille sector near Renneville. The sector is bad. Every day the trenches are devastated by mortar fire. My command post is 10 meters below ground, with water streaming in from all sides. Every morning we have to bail out 10 to 15 buckets full of water coming from a nearby cesspit. How damp and dark it is. Our candles are continuously snuffed out by the gusts of air caused by the mortar shells. When outside, one is at the mercy of these or grenades. August 23rd. In the evening, huge din. Flares are sent up all along the line. A barrage starts up and lasts until 2 a.m. The cause of it all, a German patrol and the panic of the 23rd Company on my right, which lost a man taken prisoner. September 2nd, relief due at 4 a.m. The mortar fire is still intense. There are many dead in the 22nd and 23rd Companies who are in the lines. At 3 a.m, there's a dreadful din which recalls Verdun, firing on all sides. My company is alerted, we are ready to march. Relative calm at 4:30 and the relief takes place at 5. We are going to be billeted at Griscourt. Captain Desagneaux spends October 2nd to November 20th in manoeuvres at the Bois-l'Evêque camp. He is then posted to the Somme. Sector of the Somme, November 20th, 1916 to January 14th, 1917, November 22nd. At 4 a.m, we arrive at Belleuse, Somme. The men are exhausted, and after 28 months of war, we still find the same problems. Our billets are not ready, and there is no straw. The locals refuse their rooms because they are not paid. And what billets? They are mud-walled sheds, which are half falling down and draughty. The men grumble, and rightly so. The buildings are pigsties rather than habitable dwellings. The artillery was here before us, and there's horse dung everywhere. It's disgusting. I am lodged in a miserable alcove without any heating, with a simple iron bedstead and mattress, neither sheets nor blankets. I manage to get myself a sleeping bag. I am freezing cold. Food is not cheap in the area. Eggs are 35 centimes, ham 10 francs a kilo, bread 2 francs. It's a miserable existence, and tomorrow, perhaps, the men will be asked to go and get themselves killed. November 28th, we go through Héricourt, Flaucourt, which are completely destroyed. The sector seems organised and compares favourably with Verdun. There are communication trenches and shelters. It is said that we have 9 successive lines of artillery and that we are supposed to attack Mount Saint-Quentin with the 20th Corps, then Biache, La Maisonnette and Barlou reserved for the 12th. The preparation would last 8 days and the attack would take place on December 10th. But what don't they say? To hear the troops who are in the sector, the mud is frightful. Every day there are large numbers of men suffering from frostbitten feet. December 20th. I leave at 4 a.m. to reconnoitre the sector. My company is in front of Barlou, no reserve at the Bois de Boulogne quarries. At 11 p.m. the relief takes place. The sector is troubled. There is shelling with gas the whole day. One could be at Verdun. There are masses of planes in the sky. Through a gap in the clouds I count 45 French ones. 2 of them fall in flames on our lines. In the distance, about 30 balloons observe. Is it the preparation for an attack? The shells rain down and the men are overcome by the gas. On the right, the Moroccan division attacks unsuccessfully. December 22nd, rain and mud. Many men evacuated with frostbite. Hard day. A lot of gas. Heavy bombardment of our quarry. The shelters are insufficient and several collapse. Munition dumps explode all around us. It's enough to drive one mad. The orders for the attack are handed to us. An attack along a front of 18 kilometres, with 5 days of artillery preparation and 24 hours of gas. Sounds promising. The artillery of the 6th Corps is to put a smokescreen over Mount Saint-Quentin. Everything is prepared down to the last detail. Our first objective is Barlou, then the Somme, December 23rd. The order to attack is countermanded. Why? It's a secret. Political reasons, they say. Questions in the House on our effective strength and munitions. Also affairs in Greece and Romania. Our situation is the same. Heavy shelling, gas, etc. I go to link up with the Moroccan division on our right. There, the sector is awful. The Arabs like attacking, but work never. As a result, the communication trenches fill up more and more every day. You can't use them unless you want to sink in mud up to your waist. If you are unlucky enough to fall into a shell crater, the mud comes up over your head. There are men in the front line who are buried up to their waists. Some officers tell me that during their last relief, they had to pull men out of this morass by means of ropes. December 29th. At 9 p.m. relief, and what a relief it is. The guns thunder, it is raining and the communication trenches are no more than a cesspool. We advance at 2 kilometers an hour and we have 11 to do before reaching camp at Capi. The night is black as ink and it's difficult to find one's way. Finally, we come out of the trench near Flaucourt. It's the most dangerous crossroads as gun batteries are installed not far away and the whole zone is shelled. The road is like a quagmire. We get tangled in telephone wires, stumble into holes, the mud coming up to our knees, sometimes up to the thighs. We mark time in some places rather than advancing, with only the shell burst to show us the way. It's a nightmare. Some men fall in the holes and are sucked down. We are obliged to help them. Artillery shells explode all around us, but we can't take cover as the mud is too thick. The shells follow us as far as Herbecourt, with mud splashing up on all sides. It's mad. December 30th. The men returning from the trenches are hideous. They are covered from head to toe with a thick coat of sticky mud. Their equipment, rifles and packs form one huge ball of it. One has only to see this to realize what our troops are suffering. The cry is unanimous here. Let Poincaré, let Joffre, the deputies, journalists and senators come and live here a bit with us. The war will end quicker. 1917, January 11th. No one will miss this sector where, if we didn't carry out the attack intended, we suffered severely from the mud and the cold. In the battalion, we have about 10 men wounded and more than 80 with frostbitten feet. Where are we going? Some say to war for a night attack in the Oise. It's the unknown, always the unknown. Tonight, at last, I have a bed and I get undressed for the first time in a month. Vosges sector, January 15th to May 14th, 16 January. After a very cold night, we arrive at 11:30 at Coursieux. 42 hours travelling. Our legs are numb. We are going to the Vosges region. At last, no more mud, no more plains stretching as far as the eye can see. Just mountains. It's freezing hard, 40 centimetres of snow on the ground, superb, and no more cannon fire. We are billeted at Grange. Already rumours are circulating. We are supposed to be going to the trenches in 4 days. The cook heard it from the postman, who got it from the colonel's cyclist, who heard it from the cooks or the orderly or the secretary, etc. It's the same old story. But in this sad existence, without ever knowing what tomorrow will bring, one hangs on every word. January 28th. Orders for hand-to-hand combat during which we are supposed to capture prisoners. It's true that the general is at Saint-Dié, the colonel at Rayon, 18 kilometers from the lines. The commander himself at Pierre-Percé. What are they risking? February 10th. Note from the colonel. There are too many men in the rear. Keep an eye on your fatigue parties. Avoid too many men leaving the trenches. The front line must be attractive and not repulsive. Why, therefore, don't we ever see him in the lines? February 15th. How to launch an attack. The general commanding the army says, in 4 days, I need at least 3 prisoners. The chief of staff decides, Division X in days you will capture a prisoner, Division Y ditto, Division Z ditto. The general commanding these divisions says to his colonels, in 3 days you will bring me at least 1 prisoner. The colonel decides, therefore, attack in 48 hours on such a position. That's it. The whole plan is elaborated, of course, kilometers in the rear, on a map. Is it possible? They don't think about that. They need prisoners. When they get down to details and it's a question of placing their mortar fire, like La Chapelotte, they realize it isn't. But it is too late. The order has been given and there's no going back as the officers don't want any disgrace. That's how our attacks are always unfruitful and only result in losses and sometimes prisoners taken from our side. How much simpler it would be to study first what is possible and where, then give orders after these details have been settled rather than say, I need that there, in such a time. February 24th. An attack was made yesterday by the 10th Battalion. 30 minutes artillery fire as preparation. Result, nothing, except 7 killed, including Captain Gauvignon, and 15 wounded, some seriously. After the preparation, the company leaves its trench. 1 minute after, The Boche unleash a terrible barrage of fire and the troops are cut down during their retreat. Gauvignon is killed in his trench. On the other hand, on Hill 607, Fave Valley, the Boche try a surprise attack after having sneaked up on our men and capture 20 prisoners. April 3rd. Still cold, windy and wet with snow on the ground. We are relieved at 11:30 p.m., quartered at Rayon-l'Étape at 4 p.m. April 4th. Many men get drunk. Morale is low. They are fed up with the war. Certain corps court-martial some men for desertion, theft, insolence, etc. After condemnation, with reprieve in the majority of cases, they are transferred to another corps. My company is infested with them. Special, strictly disciplined companies are needed. Prison sentences are useless. May 1st, yet again, we leave the sector for the unknown. General Nivelle is relieved of his command. Pétain now becomes General Chief of Staff for the Army. Meaux, maintenance of order. May 31st to June 16th, June 1st. The spirit of the troops is turning sour. There is talk of mutiny and of troops refusing to go to the lines. The bad hats amongst them are more vociferous. June 3rd. All the companies are in a state of turmoil. The men are receiving letters from friends informing them of the present spirit and urging them not to march. The ringleaders are becoming insolent. Others are trying to influence their comrades. My company does not escape this plague. A squad, under the sway of its corporal, refuses to fall in, the men claiming that they are ill. Just as we move to take them to the guardroom, they run off in the fields and insult the NCOs. Some only return the following day. I have 5 court-martialed to get rid of the worst. Alas, that's just what many want, a motive to be court-martialed so as to spend a year in prison. They are counting on some future amnesty, and during their stay in prison, they will be far from the front. Once again, it will be the good who will go and get themselves killed, and the scoundrels who will be protected. In addition, a law has just increased the men's pay. First payment today. These men who are getting 20 to 30 francs rush to spend them on drink, drunkenness all along the line. Command becomes difficult. June 5th. I sit in judgment at the court-martial. What a procession of rogues! How stupid they seem in front of their judges. In their company they tried to be smart, insulted their superiors, tried to get their chums to desert. Here they are now, sheepish, not daring to look up, full of repentance. At 7 p.m, General Garbett and General Merrick come and ask for me at my quarters to entrust me with a confidential mission. The army is becoming more and more a prey to this ill feeling. Those on leave on their return home from the front are assailed by agitators who, going as far as uncoupling the trains, urge them not to return. I must go to Meaux to re-establish order. June 7th. On my arrival at Meaux at 9:30, I organise my troops at the station and in town. 1 platoon for the town and hospital, where there's a load of brutes. 2 platoons at the station, 1 in reserve in case of need. At 3 p.m, the first train of those on leave arrives at the station from the front. As soon as the train enters, you would say a horde of savages, all the doors opening on both sides and the men flooding out on the platforms. Shouts, insults, threats fly in all directions. Death to the shirkers at home, murderers and pigs that they are. Long live the revolution, down with war, it's peace we want, etc. We empty the station to avoid conflict. The station staff don't dare show themselves. That's why I'm here. At La Ferté-sous-Jouarre, a company of machine gunners is on guard. At Château Thierry, a company of light infantry. Each division has its own. 4 p.m, second train. The troops invade a garden. The owner kindly offers to let them pick flowers, provided that they don't do any damage. There is one mad rush and everything is destroyed. They attack the house too. The windows are broken and the blinds torn down. They shout the same cries and insults. Death, long live the revolution, down with war. 5 p.m, third train. As soon as it stops, the troops surge out menacingly. There is an empty train in the station. The men seize stones and break every window. During the journey, a man had fallen on the track and had had his foot cut off. The military superintendent of the station, a lieutenant aged 55, rushes up with 4 men and a stretcher to carry him away. Seeing his white band, the troops call him a murderer and beat him black and blue. It all happened so quickly that the attack passed unnoticed, and we found this officer lying unconscious on the platform after the departure of the train. Often scenes such as these happen at the last moment, as the train is leaving, so that we can't intervene. The trains are in a lamentable state. The doors are wrenched off and thrown on the track during the journey. All the windows are broken and the seats slashed to ribbons. That's the state of affairs. My men are well disciplined and will be ready to act at the first signal. I have no fears in this respect. The situation, however, is delicate, for how can I intervene should the need arise with 30 or 40 men against a frenzied horde of 1,000 individuals, the majority of them in a state of intoxication? June 8th. At La Ferté, same scenes. At Château Thierry, a deputy station master is injured. A general who was on the platform was manhandled and had his kepi snatched from his head. The guard intervened and a man was arrested. Immediately all the troops got off and uncoupled the train. They only consented to leave when their comrade had been freed. The station staff are so ill-treated that they go into hiding when these trains arrive and refuse to do their duties. At Meaux, my guard duty passes normally. My men, well turned out, parade in the town and are a source of admiration to everyone. This is because at Meaux there are only fatigue sections, bakers, drivers who have no idea of smart turnout, good discipline. The day passes with the usual cries of "Down with war, death to the slackers, long live the revolution," and that's all, except for a drunk who got out a razor to show how he cut the Bosch's heads off. We cart him off to prison. June 12th. The Postal Service informs me that letters seized are full of threats and plans for revolution. No one hides the fact things are bad and everyone is fed up. June 15th. We are ordered to stand by to leave. The 327th Regiment is replacing us. The 359th engaged in the Chemin des Dames has changed armies and we must rejoin it. June 17th. The good days at Meaux are over, and as we return to the lines, the shirkers back there with their cars, Crème Simon, Fromage Gervais, Maison Potin, Nerveux de Paris, and many more, continue their gay life. These gentlemen have got their own restaurant there where no outsiders are allowed, and every Saturday the ladies of Paris come and join them. Concert, dancing, it's a real orgy. This is what the men have seen, and that's why this evening they grumble. Sector of the Chemin des Dames, La Royère, June 17th to July 10th, June 17th. Before the relief, sinister news reaches us. During the day, Captain Pelletier is killed, as well as Ruby and his 3 officers, who are either killed or seriously wounded in their shelter. At 9 p.m. we leave Chassamie to relieve a company in reserve at Phelan. What a relief! Despite the fact that this evening it's terribly hot, we have to cross 2 bridges where the 210s crash down, and Rouge Maison Farm where batteries are installed and where the deluge of shells is even thicker. We cross the bridges without a hitch, but at the farm it's a real barrage of fire. Obliged to make a detour, one section gets lost and can only rejoin us at dawn. We arrive at 2:30 a.m, thirsty and exhausted and not a drop of water. During the relief, I have 1 man killed and 5 wounded. June 18th, superb weather. From 4 a.m, the German planes are above us, 2 of them flying as low as 50 meters to machine gun the trenches. It's an awful sensation to hear this tack, 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 and the whistling of the bullets. We curl up and anxiously wait until the engine gets fainter. We watch the plane fly casually away. Ours aren't there, and he can do as he wishes. Every day there are repeated attacks on our lines. The Germans are gradually recapturing the ground they lost. The Chemin des Dames is virtually theirs. We have relieved here the 3rd Artillery Company because they refused to march anymore, and the Boche took advantages of this ill feeling to recapture the terrain. Throughout the region there is talk of nothing but mutinies, of troops refusing to relieve their comrades. Near Braisne they have massed Moroccan and Algerian troops whose role will be to force the troops to go to the trenches if the need arises. It often happens that troops in the line spend 3 or 4 days longer there because their replacements refuse to march. It's the spirit of the day. In the evening, after a day of overpowering heat, I leave at 10 p.m. to reconnoitre the sector, which we must relieve tomorrow. I go with Agnel and Veyron. We have to cross bridges which are fired on incessantly by guns. Near the lines, no more trenches, everything is destroyed. The companies can no longer repair the damage done each day. One advances the best one can over mounds of fallen earth. Flares soar above us continuously, and bursts of machine gun fire keep us pinned down. We can't see anything. That's what they call a reconnaissance. At last, from the light of a shell burst, not far ahead, we discover dozens of frightened faces sheltering in every available cranny of a shell hole. We get our breath and then obtain some rather vague information. The Boche attack every day. They don't know exactly where their lines are, and after a brief glance on a sketch map, our comrade says, "Go quickly and see you tomorrow." We leave hastily. He was right. The shells arrive in their hundreds, exploding everywhere. The men can't work anymore. The communication trenches are virtually non-existent. They are blocked, and one moves around with great difficulty. The fatigue parties for food and munitions get lost in the maze. At every moment, they are obliged to take cover. It's frightful. Then there's the procession of wounded that they carry from the lines to the rear. We can't find a way back and decide to cross the plain. But soon we are lost. There are communication trenches in all directions, barbed wire entanglements to go round. We don't know where we are anymore. I am covered in perspiration, and we have to wait for dawn to get our bearings again. Sad, sad life. How is it one doesn't die amid all this? June 19th. In the evening at 10 p.m, we relieve the Couteau Trench at La Royère. June 20th. The day is spent at the mercy of an indescribable barrage of fire. We expect an attack at any second. Everyone is at his post. There's no thought of eating. We are dreadfully thirsty, but we haven't a drop of water to drink. We must wait until nightfall, when the fatigue parties will bring some water bottles. June 21st, I am at last granted some leave. It's very welcome, and I don't wait until evening to depart with my orderly. We dash off. Once again, we have to cross the Filon ravine and go past Rouge Maison farm under heavy artillery fire. We take cover, run 100 meters only to take cover again, finally arriving at Wiley. Here, it's desolation, ruins everywhere. We get our breath back in order to cross the bridges at full speed. Shrapnel explodes continuously. We are far away now and can breathe again. We are soaked with sweat, but I am going on leave. Danger doesn't matter. I reach our combat HQ, hidden in a wood, no shelter or tent. It's beginning to rain. In the open air, I get undressed, open my case. I change and wash, and at 9 p.m. I make my way to the station. Still 6 kilometers to go. 18 kilometers of lines. How can any civilian imagine what it means to leave them behind? I spent my leave at Pornichet. On my return, expected to find the regiment resting. It is always in the front line. July 6th. My battalion has been on duty in this sector for 25 days. We are supposed to be relieved by the 10th Battalion, which is returning to the lines. At 1 a.m., no one. We learn that the troops don't want to come back. Then, about 3 a.m., when day is about to break, small groups of 4 to 5 arrive. They have no idea of who is there or where to go. Finally, at almost 4 a.m., when the recalcitrants have been brought to reason, the relief takes place, but in what conditions? It is light. The German planes fly over us and signal our movements. Then it's a deluge of shells of all calibers. The trenches are destroyed. We have to cross open spaces in full view. We run, bent double pursued by bursts of machine gun fire. Miraculously, we reach our position without too much harm. The departure of the 10th Battalion for this relief was a real epic. The battalion was quartered in a mushroom farm with the divisional HQ. At the order to put their packs on, nobody moves. The candles go out. It's pitch black. Every time an officer lights a candle, it is immediately put out. The parade cannot take place. To the orders given them, the men reply with sneers and insults. The officers of the division try and intervene, but they are manhandled. Time passes. Some men pick up their packs and see reason. Their comrades disarm them. The officers, fed up with their lack of success, draw their revolvers and threaten. Immediately a loading of rifles is heard on all sides. The officers parley with the men, trying to inspire some to set a good example, and thus encourage others to go. Failure. Some officers equip with their own hands their loyal soldiers and make them leave one by one. This decides others. And that's how, first of all, we saw small groups arriving. All this took place before the eyes of the division. The regiment's honour is tarnished. It will be utterly lost on July 8th. July 8th, memorable day for the regiment. In Champagne, 1915, it lost 22 officers. At Verdun, 23. This evening there will be at least 32 officers and 2 battalions, the 5th and the 10th, with their commander and their adjutants almost completely lost to the enemy. It was obvious that the Boche would venture an attack on our front. The levelling of the trenches pointed to it, as well as the fact that the enemy now had a view of our positions after completing its recent daily series of conquests. The violent bombardment of the past 48 hours had slowed down. The night seemed to calm. At 3 a.m. suddenly a terrible cannonade rips through the air. Everything is a mass of fire in the front and the rear of the regiment. It's a deluge of fire. I go outside with Agnel and Blanchin. We get ready, for we feel that we will be called upon to march. But how will we succeed in crossing the barrage of fire to reach the front lines? At 3:10 a.m. the telephone is cut. Nothing works anymore, only couriers. At 4:15 I receive a note from the colonel telling me to alert my company and the squad of machine gunners which is with me and to stand by. This note left the colonel's command post up front at 3:15. What happened since? The cannons roar. We are extremely anxious. At 4:55 a second note ordering me to come immediately with all my men. At the same time a soldier rushes up like a madman shouting that he had escaped from the hands of the Boche, that the whole line is taken, that the 5th and 10th battalions are prisoners. We will therefore be expected to counterattack. I assemble my company. Nobody jibs, not a murmur. Blanchin leads up front. I stay behind to encourage the hesitant. At 5:50 a.m. we are all on our way. In a long line we cross communication trenches, then we have to pass by the Galot farm, where a barrage of 210s creates panic, and finally the ravine, where the colonel is stuck amid an inferno of fire. How we advance, how we get through, how we are not blown to smithereens at every step, nobody knows. We stumble on, explosions everywhere, we fall flat, get up again, it's raining, we are swimming in mud, but we go forward in a hurry to escape this furnace, to get there at last only to find perhaps worse still. It's impossible to get through this zone unharmed. At every step the trenches have caved in, we have to advance in the open, we go onwards nevertheless, streaming with water, covered in sweat and mud, panting, and with a lump in our throats. They are counting on us, and we press on and on. Some wounded are lost en route. We arrive at the colonel's ravine. I put my company at his disposal. We have no idea of the situation, except that the few who escaped say that the Germans are in possession of our lines, that the 2 battalions, 5th and 10th, don't exist anymore, their commanders Polly and Grillo, their adjutants Calderon and Pipat, all the officers, with the exception of Sajer who escaped, are prisoners. The front is wide open. The colonel has nothing in front of him. His papers are burnt. He is preparing to leave. When I arrive, everyone heaves a sigh of relief. A single squad was guarding the ground occupied by 2 battalions. Immediately, 3 platoons of my company go into action. The shells fall like hail. We are repeatedly knocked to the ground. It's a miracle even to advance. The other 2 companies of the 6th Battalion, Morel and Vive, have been sent for. They will arrive 2 hours later. One of my platoons supplies fresh munitions and rockets. We left without any food. Besides, no one is hungry. The situation is too critical. 3 German prisoners are brought in. Some of ours who managed to escape begin to arrive, and we learn what happened. The attack was instantaneous and very violent with special troops. It was made easier by the fact that our companies had evacuated the front line to allow our artillery to destroy the enemy trenches. The Boche pressed on and arrived at the second and then the third lines, where they caught everyone by surprise. The machine guns didn't fire a bullet, as the gunners were all sheltering below ground because of the heavy gunfire. Time passes, the guns roar, it's awful. I received the order to organise a line joining what is left of our front line on the right, with our third line, our last defence. We have to infiltrate, fighting with grenades. The Boche are everywhere. In my command I have my 3 platoons, 2 of the 38th Company, 1 of the 22nd, 1 of the 23rd, and a few escapers who have returned to fight. The important thing is to hold our ground. The men are hard-pressed and covered in mud. We hold, nevertheless. Orders come thick and fast, and gradually we drive back the enemy advance parties and retake some of the lost ground. The hours seem never-ending, the gunfire relentless, everything trembles. The dead and wounded are numerous. At 4 p.m. we learn that the relief will take place this evening. The 159th has been alerted and is arriving in motorised transport, the 344th in reserve at Braisne, and the 68th Infantry Division refuse to march. Night falls, heavy barrage of fire on both sides. Behind us, in the Colonel's ravine, it's a deluge of 210s. I am ordered to lead a counterattack to recapture the Scutari trench occupied by enemy troops. Their machine guns decimate one of my platoons. Artillery fire pins us to the ground. On 3 occasions we launch an attack. In vain, the men can't take any more. At last, the relief arrives. They don't know exactly where the lines are or where the enemy is. It's total confusion. By now, the Germans have organised their mortars, which are firing in batteries of 6, pounding our positions. In one single platoon, I have 7 killed in a twinkling. We leave in this gunfire. Once again, we have to cross Ostel, Rochefort Farm, Whaley, all heavily bombarded. There's not a square metre without several shell holes, corpses everywhere, ruin, devastation. We go out of firing range and breathe at last. I am tired out. We have been in a state of alert for days now, and no one has eaten for 30 hours. At the first opportunity, I sink into a deep sleep. However, we still haven't arrived. We have to leave again. It's only at 9 a.m. that we reach Chassémy. Right up to the end of the campaign, the 359th will bear the brunt of responsibility for this day. Those in command will resent the fact it allowed itself to lose 2 battalions. However, those left who fought, who prevented the enemy from advancing, are they responsible for this? And those who are captured, who wilted under the attack, are they as responsible as all that? Fate played its part in this affair. Our commanders knew that an attack was imminent. To try and stop it, an artillery barrage had been decided for July 8th at 3 a.m. on the enemy lines. This barrage was intended to disorganise the enemy troops. Because of it, all our soldiers had been withdrawn from the front line, with the exception of some lookouts. All our men, by order, had piled into shelters, of which there were few, with the result that captains couldn't act. At 3 a.m., at the same time as our guns were opening up, the enemy unleashed its attack. Nobody realised, and the enemy, meeting no resistance in its advance, arrived at the shelters, which were packed with troops. A few grenades thrown here and there filled our men with panic, and whole groups were captured. This is how the day started. The Germans, however, didn't advance any further, and by the end of the day, a large part of the ground lost was recaptured. It was, however, a fatal day for the regiment. All citations were refused to those who had done their duty. Is not war made of capture and of losses of men and terrain on both sides? Yes, but the chiefs had noticed the ill will the 10th Battalion had shown in going to the line a few days previously. This was only one step away from accusing these same troops of having surrendered, and this step was soon taken. Vauxhallon sector. July 10th to November 1st, July 10th, at 6 a.m. motorised transport takes us to our new quarters at Puiseux. What are they going to do with us? The regiment no longer exists. It is necessary to reform it. Only the 6th Battalion has 450 men. The others are reduced to nothing. We have no illusions. If we stay in the area, it's to be back in the lines in a fortnight. 11 July. While waiting, we sleep and wash. Fleas abound. The men need fresh underwear to be really clean, but as if by chance there is a shortage of it. The men grumble, and indeed it's pitiful to see these men who have not washed for a month obliged to keep on wearing the same smelly rags due to the fault of some supply officer who doesn't know what the front is like, or to some commander lacking in foresight. Oh, how they ought to make all those in the rear come and see what it's like in the trenches. July 12th. Rest. Not likely. It's back to paperwork. The trials and tribulations of barrack life start all over again. Report to be written on the effective strength of my company. Report on losses. Report on cartridges. On flares. On body linen. Report on those sick. Report on tools. Report on a drunk. On noise heard the night before in a billet. Report on everything. Now the shells are far away. The chiefs reclaim their rights, and already visits and inspections are announced. Then, as if these were new, I get a note on the cleanliness of the billets, on the measures to be taken in case of fire, a note to put a handrail on the attic ladders, note on weapon racks, on the cleaning of equipment, on the visiting of the sick, etc. Each note, of course, means another report to be written. We are already wishing we were back in the lines. July 14th. Fun and games for the men, but their heart really isn't in them. There are too many recent absences in the ranks. Our departure is announced for tomorrow. On the programme 4 or 5 marches. July 15th. Assembly of all officers of the division. General Pétain wants to address us. Everyone is there, from the general to the youngest sub-lieutenant. Painful meeting which does nothing to raise morale. Pétain enters, cold, stern. How many deserters in the division? He asks immediately. We look at each other. We were expecting something else. And after asking the amount of losses, declaring that we should not count on reinforcements to bridge the gaps, he finishes with these words: "You must rediscipline this undisciplined division. Gentlemen, that's all I have to say to you. Goodbye." And he leaves, slamming the door of his car. Brute, is that the way to raise morale, and to ask people to go and get themselves killed? A cloud hangs over us. We are sickened. It's definite then. The battalions surrendered. They were undisciplined, at least in the minds of these gentlemen. And those of us left, who did their duty, who are still ready to do it to the very end, must they expiate the fault of those who had one moment's discouragement or cowardice? Pétain has not shown himself a great leader, at the very least not human. There were so many ways to make us feel what he wanted. Without saying it, who was he talking to? To reserve officers in the great majority, who all held their ground. At the beginning of the war they said scathing things about us. We were considered as duffers, and yet what would they have done? What would they do without us? We who are alone at the front whilst the regular soldiers, who had chosen war as their profession, are in the rear, in depots or sheltered in HQs or other services. Pétain has said that after 3 years of war the men are tired. Yes, and with these ways of treating them they will end up destroying the goodwill of those men, reserve officers, who left their homes full of courage and who receive no reward for it. All the croisés de guerre are for the regulars, nothing for us. We return dismayed. An hour later, first note to say that it's urgent to take a firm hold on all units and to put discipline into action. How many fine words. July 17th, departure from Bournel-en-Valois at 4:30, quartered at Béthissy-Saint-Pierre. During our marches, we have the generals, the colonel on our back. The men are overloaded with equipment, often wearing worn-out shoes that can't be replaced. They plod along, but they are exhorted to step out firmly, rifles erect, to keep in line, with head up. Perspiration rolls off them, but they must button up their overcoats, put their helmets well over the forehead, guides in their places and ranks, closers in the rear. Those blankets are not properly rolled, that haversack isn't in its place, that tool is on the right instead of the left. It doesn't stop, and on all sides the men murmur, "You don't say that when we are in the lines. We never see you there. Come and line us up when we are leaving for an attack." Then, after the troops, it's the vehicle's turn. Too heavily loaded, doesn't conform to the regulations, a favourite word in wartime. In spite of it all, Our fine bunch of lads, aged between 35 and 40, march to the bitter end. July 18th. In the column, a soldier has no overcoat. Why? Asks the colonel in his gruff voice. Colonel, replies the man, captured on the 8th, I managed to escape from the hands of the Boche, but my overcoat stayed with them. If it was to return in that state of dress, you would have done better to stay there too, replies the colonel. That's it, raise morale. But is this the way, and is it hardly surprising that there are anti-militarists? We are all sickened. The notes pile up, forbidden to do this and that. Then, those who leave their weapons behind in the trenches are cowards. We will take their croisés de guerre from them. And of course, the captain is held responsible for everything. Sad, sad life. When will we see the end? When? The Russians are retreating again. There's lassitude everywhere. The same words are on every lip. I am fed up. July 24th. Everyday exercises are brightened up by a visit from the colonel. Nothing but criticism. Everything is bad. Never any encouragement. All we do is daft. How he makes us hate the army. And yet again the men murmur, just come to the trenches. We never see your die face there. Why criticize all the time? Let them teach us if what we do is wrong. We are all reservists here. We don't come from Saint-Cyr, but to show us what. We know what trench life is like, but does he? In that case, criticism is safer than advice. Raise morale. August 3rd. The 4th year of war is beginning. We leave Coeuvres at 4 a.m. It rains without stopping the whole day. We are going to be billeted at Tancourt, northwest of Soissons. We are in recaptured territory. There is nothing left. All the houses have been burnt, the trees cut down. It's destruction in all its horror. We are installed in a cellar full of mud, without a door. It's frightful, and we have to live in it. August 4th. Some local inhabitants are returning to their villages to see what is left. They are full of sadness and of memories of relations shot on the spot in 1914. The government is supposed to be building huts to lodge the inhabitants, but these poor people, who have lost everything, will only be able to live in them if they can afford the rent. August 15th. Yet another fine sector. Pointed, exposed on two sides with a small command post in a trench which communicates with the Boche. The sentries of both sides only 15 metres apart. It's a continual grenade battle. 2 platoons in the lines, one as support and the other in reserve. Only the latter has some form of shelter at Moisy Farm, which is itself no more than a heap of stones. The other platoons must live in the trench and dig for themselves under the parapet benches or seats where they can rest. It's impossible, of course, to light a fire. At night, when the food arrives, we have to eat it cold. The first day ends badly. At 9 p.m., whilst Agnel and I were having barbed wire installed in front of the command post, the Boche take fright. Suddenly, a shower of grenades fall upon us. We are surrounded by fire and smoke. Flares soar in all directions. The Boche think they are being attacked and unleash a barrage of mortar fire. With great difficulty, we get back to the trench. Everyone is on the alert. Already those in the rear are worried. What is happening? For an hour, the hail of shells covers us with earth, and the trenches cave in. All around us, cries and moans from the wounded. In a flash, I have 3 killed and 8 wounded in one platoon alone. Then towards 11 p.m, calm returns. I can rejoin my post after ensuring everyone is in his place. There will be work to do tonight. Midnight, there's a procession of wounded to my post. We are walking in blood. The first aid post is beside me. There are men with legs and arms blown off. One of my best soldiers has an eye hanging out and a leg shot off. He is at his last gasp and begs me to kill him. We have to tie him on his stretcher. They carry him off, but he dies on the way. Sad, sad life. September 4th. A note received at 6 a.m. orders me to go and follow a course for company commanders at Montigny-Langres. At 7:30, I leave with my orderly. We go through Vauxhallon, Antioche, La Tuileries-Courson, Louis. I arrive only at 7 p.m. What a dump. And of course, nothing has been prepared. It's complete and utter negligence. We are 40 officers, but there are lodgings for only 10 of us, those who arrived first. The others are herded into the town hall and sleep on straw. I miss my company already. September the 7th. The course begins. It is terribly boring. The captain in charge is disconcerted at having to teach other captains. He thought he was only getting sub-lieutenants. He merely states that we know as much as he does, and he has no idea what to say to us. September 14th, visit to see tanks at Champly. They are big ones from Saint-Chamond, which are not very mobile and don't much inspire confidence. But how many officers there are in this service? You can't see anything but commanders, lieutenant colonels, and colonels. September 18th, visit to a fighter squadron near Missy-aux-Bois. There are 45 Nieuports here, but not one is available. Suffering from a defect, they cost pilots lives during trials and have to be rebuilt. The fact that we are way behind in aviation is not hidden from us. September 25th. End of course. What have we learnt? Nothing. September 26th to 27th, I rejoin my company in the second line at Antioch Farm. It is 45 days now since the regiment has been in the lines. There's no question of departure. Rather, we must think of the next attack. It's our punishment for July 8th, which they never let us forget. The men, covered with fleas, grumble. October the 6th, we continue to prepare the attack, despite the fact the companies are skeleton-like. I have 50 men less. Certain platoons have no leader or NCOs. The other companies are the same. They could scarcely put 15 men in the lines per platoon, with one machine gunner instead of 3. But what does this matter? The division must attack. Nothing must be said. October the 10th. A note this morning from the general of the division ends thus. You are in mud and water. You are tired, I know. Is it wise, therefore, to leave in the lines men tired of 60 days of sector and to prepare them for an attack? If one abuses the men like this, can there be little wonder that they are let down? The men are not easily hoodwinked. They do not understand, for example, us too, why, although there is a rota laid down for duty in the sector, do the same ones all stay behind without ever coming to relieve their comrades in the front. October 14th. I am invited to lunch by General de Corn, an affable man, but one who prefers liaising with those in the rear rather than with the colonel's companies in the lines. It's so much easier too to travel by car on a road. We naturally speak of the forthcoming attack. Oh, it will be a piece of cake. The Boche will be routed. There's no question of our being relieved now or even later. October 18th. At 1 a.m., I received the order to have the Elf's Trench reconnoitred and to bring back some prisoners. Agnel advances with his platoon at 5:30. He is met with a formidable barrage of fire, and this and the German grenades and barbed wire stop him getting through. We'll have to try again. I have 4 men wounded. Shortly afterwards, an officer in charge of mortars comes to check with me the ranging of his guns. With amazement, I learn that the spot where we are supposed to attack has not yet been shelled. He is proceeding by trenches and will only fire on the Elf's Trench in 48 hours. Thus, as usual, orders have been given in the rear from a map without knowing what was happening up front. Afterwards, they wonder why our attacks are not successful. Result: the men who had left in high spirits are now discouraged and don't want to attack anymore. October 19th. The attack is postponed for 24 hours. October 21st. Heavy shelling. Life is becoming unbearable. The Boche is standing his ground. Here is the report that I send on our situation. Every day the lines are completely flattened, the shelters are shaken to the point of collapsing. In spite of the courage of my men, I need all my energy to make them stay in such a dangerous spot. In certain places there are no trenches of any sort, just a field full of holes which we arrange as best we are able. There is little liaison possible between ourselves. We can't rest, and defence is all the more difficult as our weapons filled with earth are not working properly. Flares are also in short supply. Fatigue is also making itself felt. It is becoming dangerous, therefore, to leave in the lines troops after 70 days of sector. We are at the mercy of an enemy attack. And what I don't mention is the filthy state we are in, covered in mud. We can neither wash nor sleep, piled as we are, 30 of us, into a hole big enough for 10. October 22nd. Gas the whole night. Masks on all the time. We are supposed to attack today, but no news. There are rumours that preparation on our right is insufficient, that things are not going too well, that at La Faux the Boche have captured our front line, etc. We know nothing. How long are we going to stay here? The barrage of fire is getting heavier and heavier. Our shelters cave in, and the lines are a shapeless chaos of slime in which we have to find some cover. 2 of my liaison officers are wounded at my side. October 23rd. Notes the whole night. D-Day has arrived. 5:15 a.m. is the hour. Our guns open up all along the line. Our attack is to start on the right, near La Faux. We will advance only when ordered. News arrives at 9. It seems good. In the afternoon we learn that prisoners number more than 3,000, that Vaudescent and Allemant are in our hands. In the evening we continue our reconnaissance in the rain. We can't take much more. Dazed, we only desire one thing: to attack so as to get it all over with quicker. October 24th today. Victory. After a heavy artillery bombardment at 11 a.m., supported by gas, we received the order to advance. We capture in succession the Elfs and Cocotier trenches, then the ravine of Ailleval. The Boche flee and we follow hot on their heels. What a terrain. It's frightful. Everything is devastated. We stumble into huge craters. German corpses everywhere, blown to pieces. Others overcome by gas, dying. It's dreadful, but superb. The guns thunder in the distance. The battle is ours, for the moment. October 25th frenzy. The Boche are in full flight. It's hard to hold the men back. They want to pursue them. But we have done our job. The 5th Battalion replaces us to continue the advance in the direction of Pignon. At 6 p.m. we leave for the rear, without any relief. Are we going to get some rest at last? November 1st I get 10 days leave. From November 13th, 1917 to April 1918, Captain Desagneaux is posted to the Somme, then to the Meilly camp and finally to Alsace. At the end of March 1918, he finds himself back at the Somme, supporting the British. 1918, the Somme, 1 to 29 April 6th, April, quartered at Laversagne near Beauvais. The Boche are attacking en masse. We are dispatched in haste to the front, and as we advance, so the zone gets worse. Poor refugees of all ages, tramping the road with tears in their eyes, carrying what they can, a few clothes, some chickens or rabbits, sometimes followed by a few cattle. It's misery on the march. Laversagne is teeming with cavalry, artillery, convoys, vehicles. It's complete and utter chaos, difficult to move around. The locality is full of people who are fleeing from the front. We can't find any billets and have to sleep in ruins, cellars, or in the open air. April 7th. We start to learn what happened during the attack. The civilians who fled from this zone claim that the English gave way and that, in several places, for distances of 10 kilometres, there was absolutely nothing to stop the enemy. If the Germans didn't pass, it's because they didn't dare take the risk, fearing an ambush. It was our troops, yet again, who saved the situation. Everything they had within reach was thrown into the fray to bridge the gap. At 9 p.m. arrives an order for us to leave by car tomorrow morning. But then, the height of madness, they take 1 car per company away from us. The colonel leaves baggage behind, and the commander too. Everyone is ordered to travel lighter. It's liquidation stations, shouts, cries, gestures. The ordnance officer is liquidating his stocks too. When in camp, one had to fight to get a shirt or underpants, and to get some soap or grease and other indispensables was impossible. Suddenly, fatigue parties bring huge stocks of these. Company commander, get on with it. You will have 1 car less. But here are parcels of underwear, 84 tablets of soap, gas masks, packets of dressings, equipment, munitions. It doesn't stop coming. The supply officer may be better off. But what can I do with all this? The cars are bursting at the seams. The men are so loaded that they can hardly stand, and tomorrow we must go. By the light of our lanterns, we are forced to throw away and waste many of the things which we had so often asked for. Maps, dozens of them, but no baggage. We are supposed to take everything and yet have nothing with us. Stupid waste. At midnight, the sergeant majors are still tearing their hair, not knowing what to do. They have got piles of mess tins, dishes, tools, and sacks of material which we won't be able to take with us. April 11th. The Germans continue their attacks towards the sea, Arras, Ypres, Armentières. The Portuguese, in turn, are getting a hiding. We are retreating near Coucy. Everywhere the Boche are attacking, they are gaining ground. The most distressing thing is that when we attack, we only manage to advance a few kilometers, while they cover 10 to 12 in one go. 13 April. We leave Argouvres at 2:30 a.m. It's a splendid night. There are planes in the sky, fires everywhere. The guns light up the horizon and bombs rend the air. It's superb but tragic. Arrival at Rheincheval at midday, where we are quartered. The inhabitants are glad to see the French again. They have no confidence in the English anymore. During the last Boche attack, they lost 25 kilometers. On the first day, regiments at Amiens threw down their weapons and fled with the civilians. It is said that they have lost 70,000 men and 1,100 guns. 8 p.m. Gunfire all the time. The sky is ablaze. There is talk of us leaving at midnight. People have nothing but praise for the Canadians, Australians, and Hindus. It was they who stopped the enemy advance. April 14th. What a night. We wait in anguish. Sleep is impossible. The guns roar. The houses tremble. Even the ground quakes. It's frightful. The weather joins in. Rain, gale force winds, thunder, all the elements are unleashed. At 1 a.m., order to leave at 2:45. It's Sunday, and, half asleep, we set off again. The night is pitch black, so that visibility is less than 20 centimeters. It's a hard task to get the men together. We look for them everywhere, while they themselves search for their squads. The road is crawling with soldiers calling each other. In the dead of the night, we leave without knowing if everyone is there. Soaked to the skin, we stumble on, like machines, minds blank, while the cannons fire tons of shells in the distance. At 7 a.m. we arrive at Pau-Nartois, where we are quartered. The inhabitants are glad to see the French again. They have lost confidence in the English. During the last attack, they saw them arriving panic-stricken, having fled 15 kilometers, shouting, "Run for it, run for it," dumping their weapons and ammunition, creating thus a stampede among the civilians. The Boche had nothing in front of them except a horde of refugees. They didn't dare advance too far. That is what saved us. Everyone says the same. The English are hopeless. It's the Scots, the Australians, and Canadians who do all the work. It's Sunday. We are in a state of alert. The weather is cold. What is there to do? I look for a bale of straw and go to sleep. April 25th. Alert at dawn. We are off to Coigneux to take up positions in case of attack. At 6:30 p.m. we return. Our route is scattered with huge English camps, teeming with vehicles, men and horses. But these men are more interested in polishing and shining their equipment than in thinking about the trenches. April 28th. I receive a personal note from the Colonel. I have been made Captain Adjutant Major in the 5th Battalion, Adjutant to Major Constantine. I leave my 6th Battalion with regret, and especially my 21st Company, where the men were always ready to sacrifice themselves for me. With them, I felt sure that they would not give in and, whatever happened, would not leave me behind. Well, one must follow one's destiny. The 5th Battalion does not possess a famous reputation, and I know hardly anyone in it. Belgium, Kemmel Sector, April 29th to June 3rd, 5 May. We leave Watou at 1:30 a.m. The artillery fire is enough to drive one mad. We are now in the firing zone and we pass huge English howitzers, one after the other. The gunners are ramming their shells home like a baker thrusting bread into an oven. The shells go off with a deafening roar, and this continues for hours upon end. Sometimes their departure coincides with enemy arrivals, and there is an almighty spray of fire and earth. We take cover and then move off again. What a march in such an avalanche of fire, and by night too. The companies advance half a platoon at a time. We repeatedly come across convoys of artillery trapped in the mud and dead horses blocking the road. Progress is difficult, Our hearts are beating at the thought of what is to come. Eventually, we arrive near Renninghelse in front of Mount Kemmel, where we camp. We will be obliged to wait until evening to effect the relief. Relief, what a terrible destruction there must be in such a sector, in this deluge of shells. It's one of those sectors where the relief is accomplished, as at Verdun or in the Chemin des Dames, only after 50 to 60% losses. The 27th Infantry Division, which was at Kemmel when the Boche attacked, has had many of its men taken prisoner. The 154th, which was beside it, was wiped out. It's our turn to march now. At 9 a.m. we leave to reconnoitre our positions. The terrain is unrecognisable. It is merely holes and muddy quagmires, with wrecked vehicles and a jumble of equipment everywhere. Devastation, abominable desolation. Up front, none or very few communication trenches. We can't go any further. From the very first battalion we see in reserve, there is nothing but scared soldiers huddled in shell holes, not daring to raise their heads. If this is what it's like in reserve, what is it in the front line? There can be no thought of going there in daylight. The artillery fire is continuous, and further on, their machine guns are sweeping our positions with bullets. We leave without seeing anything. The afternoon is spent in chatting about the coming relief, everyone wondering how he will get out alive. The sector is the sole topic of conversation. We shall only be relieved after a 60% loss of troops. The men are beginning to wish for, not death, but just to be wounded so that they can get out as soon as possible. This leads to endless suppositions. One man gives up his hand, another his arm, provided it's the left one. Yet another goes as far as a leg, declaring that where he comes from, men like this manage quite well. But what frightens them most is being wounded in the stomach or some other vital organ. Then the conversation turns to the ambulance, the hospital, plans for convalescence, rest at home, and what to do so as not to return to the front. In every sort of sector like this, the conversation revolves around the same topic. There is no longer even any mention of the civilians and their cosy life. No, you are stuck there waiting, simply trying to snatch some part of yourself from death. You don't even ask to escape unharmed. It seems too impossible. Your only wish is to leave as little as possible of yourself behind on the battlefield. And then sometimes a glimmer of hope returns. Haven't we already been through similar sectors, and we are still here, aren't we? There is talk of the attack, but in an attack, not everyone survives. We run through the list of our comrades left dead at Champagne, at Verdun, on the Chemin des Dames, at La Royère and Vauxaillon, and considering their percentage, we conclude that we have perhaps a chance of getting out alive. Yes, but then we'll have to start all over again, and will luck be indefinitely on our side to protect us? At 6:30 p.m, we proceed to relieve the left sector of Mount Kemmel. Our advance is difficult as there are no communication trenches, just shell craters for our protection. We move forward with a lump in our throats. The shells rain down in front of us, but there's no going back. We have to get through. Our only desire is reach our goal as quickly as possible. A moment's pause, then we are off again. There are explosions on the right, left, everywhere. Sometimes a man stops, wounded. We don't even bother about him. It's such a common occurrence. On we go, knowing full well that he will manage to get to the first aid post. If his wound is only slight, he is envied. He's safe. We advance. The bombardment is heavier. Our ranks become thinner. Night has fallen. We can't see each other anymore. But now and again, sheaves of fire bring a sinister gleam to this chaotic terrain. At last, there's the battalion to be relieved. We shelter in a hole and get our breath. We are in reserve. No dugouts, nothing except a simple communication trench which will protect us from shell splinters, and that's all. Information is quickly passed on, and after grumbling about the time spent here, their losses, and wishing us good luck, the others take their leave. What is there to do now but wait, and see what happens? May 6th. What a night. It's an orgy of gunfire. The English artillery and ours shoot away. The Boche return the fire. The sky is ablaze. Curled up small and huddled together in our shell holes, we are sprayed with earth and blinded by searing flashes of light. Then, towards midnight, Just when the food is due to arrive, gas is unleashed upon us. It's enough to drive you mad. While the distribution of the food is being organized, all masks have to be put on. Smoke fills the glasses and we can't see anything anymore. We spend hours like this suffocating with parched throats, not daring to take the stifling masks off. During the night, the fatigue parties, which are not familiar with the sector, get lost and we have to go and look for them. Shells burst everywhere. When we do, at last, get the food, the air is full of gas and we can't take our masks off and the food becomes uneatable. That night, we have 200 men gassed and evacuated in the 120th Corps, about a similar number in the 297th and in the 359th as well. The loss of relief troops is calculated, and the chiefs are struck by the high number of evacuees. The men are accused of having taken their masks off in order to be evacuated. As a result, we get threatening notes from them. It's Sunday, and there is already talk of us attacking to improve our front-line positions. It's raining. The terrain, the soil of which is clay, is awful. We are eating, sleeping, living in filthy slime. No shelters, no protection whatsoever. We can't wash, change, or sleep. The water gets into everything. It's one almighty quagmire. May 7th. It's into everything. It's one almighty quagmire. May 7th. Night falls, and with it, a frightful bombardment starts up again. To avoid the disorder experienced the previous evening in the provisioning of the troops, I am chosen to take charge this evening. The mobile kitchens come as far as Renninghurst, where the fatigue parties meet them. There are few sectors that I have seen where the rear is so heavily shelled. The Boche fire away, the gun batteries, the crossroads, the surrounding countryside are submerged in fire. You don't know where to put yourself. It's madness to try to distribute food in such conditions. This operation, at night, takes a good half an hour. Midnight, the fatigue parties are there waiting in the ditch by the roadside. One can guess the frightened look on their faces amid the silence which remains unbroken except for the occasional shh when a shell falls too close for comfort. Then, amidst the noise of the guns, we hear the mobile kitchens clanking towards us. Unfortunately, at that moment, the road itself is hit by a hail of shells. Fear grips every man present. We have chosen for our fatigue party strong, resourceful fellows who won't let us down on the way. The food has to get through, and the bravest are selected. However, amid this avalanche of fire, they curse the Boche and everything around them. 3 kitchens from the battalion arrive. The 4th has been left behind on the way with its 2 horses killed by the same shell blast. The men run forward to collect the food. The guns roar, and it's just like a rugby scrum there. Over here, the 17th Company. Come on the 18th. 3rd Squad. 5th. Christ. Well, do it yourself. The cooks are in a hurry. They don't like being in the lines. The sergeant majors accompanying the kitchens are not the most courageous. The shells burst on all sides, and we can only recognize each other by their flashes of light. People push, shove, and shout to make themselves heard amid the clatter of pots and pans. Then, all of a sudden, a loud whistle is heard very close. Everyone dives for cover, with pans flying in all directions. It's over now. The blast was deafening. Shouts of the wounded. Over here quickly, I'm hit. Help me, stretcher bearers, take me to the first aid post. The tussle for food becomes ever more frantic, with men shouting and struggling. 2 men are lying on the ground, one at his last gasp, the other with his leg blown off. Suddenly, yet another terrible explosion directly on a kitchen. The horses are killed. The men scatter, some shouting, others groaning, others running for their lives. Come on, get on with it. The distribution of the food is now carried out in total darkness, with us standing in pools of blood. Blood from the horses, blood from the wounded, they mingle together, and the din of the shells is frightful. Then the news goes round. Sergeant Major Bonnet has been killed. He's from the 17th. It's panic stations. Command is impossible. The shells burst all around us. Every man has only one idea, to grab what he needs to get away. Coffee, the 3rd, wine the 5th. What about your bread, you silly beggars? Letters over here, shouts the post orderly who has just arrived. Make sure you bring the dishes back, shouts the cook. Everyone is shouting at once. The corporals are assembling their men. Some have left, others have taken cover. Still more are stretched out, never to get up again. It's raining, and the mud makes the spectacle even sadder. It's barbarous, you can't describe it. The guns are firing still more fiercely. We are here. It's our duty. Provisioning is one of the hardest fatigues to do. The men are now laden like mules, as they have to carry the share of those who have been wounded. The sergeant majors hurry them along. 2 kitchens have no horses. They will have to be fetched before dawn. The shells continue to wreak havoc. More wounded for the first aid posts, while the 2 unscathed kitchens rattle back to where they came from. The men, cursing and swearing, disappear into the night to carry the food to their comrades. They will have something to say to them. What a time they gave us, the pigs. So you think that it is a cushy job to do? I return to my shell hole, dazed by the noise, with the vision of those poor devils lying wounded on the roadside. Will someone simply take them away? There are so many of them every day. May 8th, gunfire the whole night long. At 4:15 a.m. our attack is unleashed. We don't know what is supposed to happen. We have simply been told to stand by and be ready for anything. The 359th attacks with 2 companies. The 15th Infantry Regiment attacks on this flank to the left, while on the right the 297th, followed by the cavalry, advances. At the same time as we were launching our offensive, the Germans attacked the English division, which was helping the 15th. The English give way, and a battalion of the 15th is hard-pressed. The situation seeming none too brilliant, we received the order to prepare a counterattack. The hours pass slowly and anxiously by. We are in a perpetual state of alert. Towards evening, with gas shells falling all round us, we are forced to put on our masks and are virtually suffocated for hours on end. At 8 p.m, we learn that on the left our position has been re-established. This means rest for the time being. How long will it last? May 9th. The artillery has been quieter this evening. The sun rises. We learn the news of yesterday's attacks. It's not very good. Our 2 companies encountered the Boche and took 10 prisoners. But Rouleau, in charge of the 38th, was killed. Chautrier, commanding the 39th, has been reported missing with 2 platoons from his company. The troops were forced back to their former positions. The 297th did not enjoy any greater success. We'll start again, that's for sure. But why these uncoordinated, paltry little attacks by 2 or 3 companies from different battalions attacking each one for its own sake? Today it was Vizet's company's turn to attack and occupy Le Pompier, a former cafe now in ruins, 500 meters up the hill. They were stopped in their tracks, scythed down by machine gun fire. What's the use of these attacks in such a sector? At 9 p.m, we depart to relieve the support battalion at Le Clit in front of Mount Kemmel. What a crazy relief it is. We leave and cross the tiny village with no means of protection, led by a guide who doesn't know his way. The artillery has opened up again, and shells splatter us with mud at every step. We advance sliding and slithering in thick, slimy mud, with only one desire: to get there. But no one knows the way. The gunfire makes us do a detour, and we get caught up in old barbed wire entanglements. With our clothes and flesh torn to ribbons, they bombard us with gas, which, half-blinded and choking, slows up our advance. Miraculously, no one in our column is wounded, but it's not the same story for the rest of the battalion. Now we have arrived at our command post, which is one in name rather than in appearance. It's a former artillery lookout post, which wouldn't resist a 105. Inside, it's one huge puddle of slimy mud and water. They have placed a duckboard in the middle. We have to shelter in here with all the communications personnel. There's room for 6, and we are at least 30. In our post, it's so horrible that you just don't know where to put your wet, muddy feet, and yet we shall have to live and sleep in here for days on end. May 11th to 13th. Still in a state of alert, we are awaiting events. The artillery is as active as ever. On the 13th at 5 a.m, I leave at dawn to reconnoitre the front line. It's no different from any other. Artillery fire, and as you get closer, the whistle of machine gun bullets. You can't see a thing in these sort of reconnaissances. One has to be on the spot to really know the sector. The gas has made me very tired. I move with difficulty, and on my return journey, the guns seem to be pursuing me. With Pierre, my orderly, jumping from hole to hole, we finally reach our post under heavy fire. The major, who had been watching our return, heaves a sigh of relief at our safe arrival, as the shells spare no metre of ground. We await once again the shell which will hit our shelter and explode amongst us. Every burst seems nearer. While sheltering in bomb craters, several of our men are hit and come, streaming with blood to seek refuge with us. For several hours, it's nothing but blood and groans, until the poor devils can go and get their wounds dressed at nightfall. At 10 p.m, we set out to relieve the frontline battalion, which is before Laclit. We haven't got a lot of ground to cover, but as it has been raining, the terrain is slippery and battered by ceaseless artillery fire. We get caught up in telephone wires. It's a real nightmare. May 14th, what a sector! We are on a hilltop, the main target of the German guns. At the bottom of the hill, 2 companies, near the railway line, 1 company in reserve with us. No trenches, only holes. With the coming attack in mind, the artillery officers proceed to adjust their guns, but they refrain from going to the front lines, preferring to do their job with binoculars. At nightfall, I go and reconnoitre the front lines near the railway line. One can easily get lost in this place, as there are no communication trenches and no landmarks. The companies are scattered here and there, anywhere they could find some holes to shelter in. There is no communication between them. From time to time, I come across clusters of corpses, remnants of previous attacks which have not been able to be removed. They are stinking, but when I try to escape them, I merely stumble across more. Grim battlefield where in a few days we shall be fighting in our turn. The German artillery shoots incessantly, and gas shells fall at our feet. With our masks on once again, breathing heavily and half suffocated, Pierre and I return to our command post. May 15th, 1 a.m, gas again. Our shelter is full of it. You can hardly breathe, your throat burns, you cough and spit, tears stream down your face. There can be no thought of sleep. The guns are firing madly. We are in a state of alert as we expect to be attacked at dawn. However, the morning passes uneventfully. Can we now doze off a little? Our orders for the coming attack arrive. The terrain has to be studied, and from 4 p.m, the Boche bombard us, firing gas shells as well. Our losses increase daily, about 200 per battalion. That is 600 for the regiment. Life is getting harder. No sleep. We are wallowing in mud and filth. We can neither wash nor lie down except on the ground itself, and there is not a wisp of straw. Our joints are stiff, and we are itching all over. May the 18th. I receive precise details of the attack. I have been designated to command a communication detachment between the 121st Infantry Division on the left and ours. In my command, 1 infantry company and 1 company of machine gunners, half taken from the 359th and the other from the neighbouring regiment. It's an awful job, as I will not know the troops placed under me until the very last moment. The attack is for the 20th. The men are exhausted. Effectives are reduced to 60 or 70 per company. There are no NCOs, and they have been in the sector for 15 days already. May 19th. The attack is for tomorrow morning. I go and inspect the terrain. The starting point has been fixed at the railway embankment in the ravine. My objective, a nameless farm. We shall have to cross the railway line, then the small stream at Kemmelbeck, and then climb a slope. If we get there, I am supposed to hold my position, withstand enemy fire with no shelter of any kind, and resist any counterattacks until relief arrives. It's a day full of anguish. Orders and counter-orders flood in. You don't know what to believe. Being thus responsible to the 121st Infantry Division for the attack, I am sent to Renninghelse to see a major who has nothing to do with me, whereas the one who will be in charge of the attack is still at Poperinge and will only arrive at the lines this evening. It's utter confusion. And it's Sunday, Whitsunday, marvellous weather, not a cloud, brilliant sunshine. And tonight we shall have to go to our deaths. We would love to banish all our hopes and fears until afterwards. What sadness there is in our shelter rocked by shellfire. What hope is there? You can't always go on without copping it. Won't the fatal moment come when our luck will turn? And while we are here waiting to die, others have been relaxing for the past 4 years in the rear, or in some headquarters, or in a driving seat. All those fine army circulars have not succeeded in ousting them. Even in the camp up front, there are some who have been vegetating there for 1 or 2 years. It's always the same ones who are sent, and when reinforcements arrive, it's those who were wounded a few days previously who return, while so many others who are fit and capable have never seen a trench and don't know what a shell burst is. The hours pass. Night spreads its dark cloak over the huge field, whilst the artillery pounds the lines in the rear. The latest orders arrive. I transmit mine. 2 platoons in line, each with a squad of machine gunners. As a second wave of attack, 2 platoons each of infantry and machine guns. Plans for wiping out the enemy trenches. Organisation of our position. Dinner? We aren't hungry. Our throats are dry. Our only thoughts are of what is to come. The major stays at his post. A handshake before leaving. A good luck. And I disappear into the night with Pierre, towards the great unknown. May 20th, Whit, Monday. Splendid evening. The stars are shining in the sky, and on the ground shells burst in sheets of light. At midnight, I make my way to the point where I am supposed to meet the company from the 36th Infantry Regiment, which has been placed under my command. I have no information concerning the officers and NCOs in it, and I shall have to lead an attack with troops that I have never seen before. At 1 a.m. the troops arrive at their position near the railway line. Then we notice that we are totally unprotected and that there isn't enough room for everyone. How dismal it is to watch in the darkness these files of men, bent in two, silently groping for some spot to shelter in. They jostle one another, each man trying to recognize his neighbour. They are soon forced to spread along the railway line towards the right, but they fall upon a mound of corpses, remnants from previous attacks. The stench is vile. Through the darkness we perceive shapeless forms, legs folded in two, arms outstretched, eyes wide open. The whole place is littered with bodies, weapons and equipment. The smell forces us back. We can't think of staying there. The men must be moved away, so they are spared this vision of death before confronting it themselves. Therefore we fall back towards the left. There will be a gap on our right. Each man digs, as best as he can, a hole to prevent himself from being seen. But aren't we digging our own graves in the night? At last, we are in position, time ticks by, and dawn is about to break. The officers from the 36th come to discuss the attack with me. Their orders don't coincide with mine. Their order is to launch the attack at 3 minutes to 6, whilst we are due to attack at 6. What a confabulation! Everyone is trying to save his own skin and to find some means of escape. Tired of talking, I order them to obey my commands. Then something else. The footbridges which are to help us cross the Kemmelbeck are not there. The bright spark who was supposed to put them there has found it easier not to bother. What organisation! Everyone is trying to protect himself and acts just as he pleases. The generals are far away, aren't they? No cohesion. Poor soldier. Here's your orders and get on with it. 3:30 a.m. At last the day breaks and puts an end to all indecision. Mount Kemmel towers darkly above us, and up in the sky the planes begin their inspection. We are forced to take cover. 4 a.m. It's dawn now. We are in a state of anguish. The planes are 50 metres above us. The weather is exceptionally clear. It's just not possible that they don't see us. We curl up even smaller. We would burrow into the ground if we could. Not a murmur, except for the drone of the planes which circle tirelessly above us. They are flying so low that at any moment we expect to see a flare go up which will alert their artillery. Then we will be horribly crushed. 5:15, not a sound. You would think that both artilleries came to some agreement this morning so as to destroy us better later on. 5:30, final recommendations between comrades. If I fall, you won't leave me there. My packet of bandages is here. You've got my family's address. You know whom to tell. 5:40. Sad at heart, everyone looks at his watch. A few minutes, and it will be time to go. a last mouthful of wine or rum to give oneself some courage, a few final preparations. We adjust our belts and cartridge pouches. 5:45, calm and deathly silence. What is our artillery doing that it is not pounding away at the Boche? God, how long the minutes are. 5:50. Suddenly, as if by magic, the barrage is unleashed. It's unbelievable. 75s, 90s, 100s, 10s, 155s, all firing at once. Shells of every sort shower down in their thousands in front of us. It's just one curtain of smoke. We can't see a thing anymore. Behind us, a gun is firing 75s at 8 meters on Butterfly Farm. The din is frightful. The Boche do not return the fire. It's such a beautiful sight that everyone comes out of his hole to watch. 5.56 to 57. Make ready. With a lump in our throats and no more time for thought, we concentrate on the hands of our watch, which has been set for 5:58. Bayonets fixed. Amid the noise of gunfire, orders echo along the line. Stand by to attack. 6 a.m. Forward, forward. Everyone is on his feet. We join up with the others. We're off. We stick as close to our barrage as possible. On occasions, too closely. Some of our men are wounded by our own shells. We curse it for not moving forward quickly enough. We would like to be up there already before the Boche start firing. Suddenly, machine gun bullets whistle past us. The Boches are onto us. We take cover, then move off again. The barrage moves on, and we follow. Our only thought is to advance, to reach our goal. We are stopped momentarily at the Kemmelbeck stream. No gangplanks. We push and shove, then flounder in water up to our thighs. We've crossed it. Getting wet doesn't matter. We must advance, reach the ridge which draws nearer and nearer at any price. Bullets hiss over our heads again. Some wounded limp back to the rear. Nobody pays them any attention. All our attention is focused on the ridge. The barrage lengthens again and falls beyond the ridge to pound the rear of the enemy's lines. Then, panic-stricken, a group of Boche comes stumbling down, without weapons or equipment, and with their hands in the air. They seem half-crazed, with their eyes bulging out of their heads. Our barrage has stunned them. We are at the ridge. There are German corpses there, chunks of bloody flesh, with terror written on their faces, which are almost black already. On we go. We are over the ridge. The nameless farm is ours. Spades out, and while everyone is digging away, flinging to one side the evil-smelling corpses, I install my machine guns and organise communications and positions. We recapture 4 British guns abandoned here during a previous attack. We take in addition 4 machine guns and 18 Boche. We take cover. Mount Kemmel looks down on us. The reaction of the Boche promises to be terrible. In front of us, it's a plain as far as the foot of Mount Kemmel. No protection anywhere. Our success is total. The sun is resplendent. We can breathe at last. 7 a.m. We shall have to spend the complete day in this spot, in a hole a few centimetres across, not moving for fear of giving ourselves away. The prospect of being relieved makes it bearable. 10 a.m. The Boche react. Our reserves are showered with shells. While awaiting our turn, we hurry to get all our organisation complete. We dig, and dig. The heat is torrid. The corpses are giving off an awful stench. We should really have a bite to eat. Pierre lost the food we had sometime during the advance, so we have to make do with a piece of chocolate. Still, we haven't got much appetite. The Boche really do stink too much, and their shells are getting closer. There can be no hope of getting some sleep in such heat. We wait and scratch. Everyone looks for his fleas, and every time he discovers one, crushing it between his fingernails gives him a sense of moral relief. It seems that he will scratch less now. We await relief without knowing whether it will come. It is the main hope and topic of all our conversations. Everyone surmises on the direction he will take to escape the baggage of fire. Some decide to go in a straight line, even if it means crossing old barbed wire entanglements. Others will wait and see what the evening has to offer. We wait, and in front of us Mount Kemmel rises formidably. It seems that all German eyes are upon us. We don't dare get up or move. Every time a man moves out of his hole to satisfy the call of nature, voices call him back and make him keep his head down. Are you crazy, you silly You'll get us spotted, you numbskull. The afternoon passes without mishap, But relief is not forthcoming. Everyone is glum again. They have bitter words for those who leave them here. Are the pigs going to leave us to die here like dogs? Perhaps they imagine that we haven't done enough already. 24 hours here, I'm fed up. And our food? Who is going to bring it? Nobody here will hear of doing 6 or 7 kilometers and as many back again to go and fetch it. Are the pigs? While these insults fly, evening falls and the artillery open up. Soon we are in an inferno of fire. At Laclit everything is ablaze, and in the fields the former English barrack huts and some ruined farms are in flames. Munition dumps explode, it's a real firework display. The whole plain is alight, it's war in all its horror. Huge shells rain down in the ravine and on the railway track, forming a virtually impenetrable wall. We tremble at the thought of having to cross this area during the relief. The Boche are jumpy and start firing at the least pretext. We too fear a counterattack and our artillery is on edge. Amid this fury of projectiles, neither food nor orders can reach us. We are separated from the world. In front our baggage, behind us the Boche. Our water bottles are getting empty. We sparingly keep a few drops for tomorrow, thinking of the wounded or of the heat. As for food, no one is hungry, and a bar of chocolate or a tin of bully beef will be ample. How long the night's wait seems. There is no thought of rest. We work frantically. Crouched in our hole, we await a lull in the barrage so that we can dig our hole deeper for tomorrow. Next, we rid ourselves of the foul-smelling German bodies by flinging them as far away as possible. Everyone works until the guns start firing more violently again. May 21st. Night draws to its close and day is about to break. We are hoping for some respite. Suddenly, as well as the violent explosions which splatter us with earth, we have to contend with gas shells which give off a noxious white vapour. Gas! Gas! The cry echoes all along the line. We shall have to live with our masks on and be prepared for a counterattack. It's a glorious day, a real warm spring morning. It's going to be hot later on. Planes fly over both lines, and the artillery holds its fire for fear of being spotted. We would be able to get a breath of fresh air if it were not for the German planes buzzing about above us, taking piles of photographs. Mount Kemmel has its eyes on us too. We have to curl up as small as possible so as not to be seen. We wait and we scratch. We are living in the earth. Our clothes are thick with dirt. We are itching all over, in our shoes, in our trousers, under our shirts. We can't even nod off for one single moment. Even if the guns are silent, the bugs keep on crawling. God, how filthy we are. 15 days growth of beard, and for the last 18 days I haven't taken my shoes off or had a change of underwear. We have no water to wash in, just mud all around us. We can't even satisfy the call of nature anymore. Mount Kemmel is ever present, watching, and we are forced to wait until nightfall unless we want our heads blown off. Our thoughts turn to the coming relief and to the long, hard road back to get away from all this. As soon as evening falls, the artillery fire becomes intense and draws ever closer. The Boche must have brought some new guns up into action. Smoke and flames billow from our lines in the rear and our former position at Laclit. In the ravine below us and on the railway track, huge 200s, 10s and 100s, 50s explode with a deafening roar. A little later at 9:30 p.m, while I was inspecting the lines and making final preparations for the relief which we were told would come tonight, the first barrage opens up. Despite its horror, the cry is unanimous. It's superb. Laclit is in flames, munition dumps explode, Mount Kemmel is one huge ball of smoke. Ah, what a pounding the Boches are getting. Yes, but we are getting one too. It's one barrage of fire everywhere and the Boches are pouring gas upon us. For the 15th or 20th time of the day, we put our masks on. We await our relief. Can it take place? Will the soldiers be able to cross this wall of metal and flames to reach us? The relief is due at midnight. It is 11 p.m. and the guns rage. All of a sudden, a shout in front of us. The Boche! The Boche! It's a counterattack. At one and the same time, machine guns open up, rifles fire at point-blank range, grenades explode everywhere, and as soon as a red flare is up, our barrage starts up. The Boche suffer heavy losses, and those who can escape do so in disorder. May 22nd, midnight. The barrage stops, but there is still heavy firing on the rear and on the lines. We are in a cloud of smoke. The shells burst 2 or 3 meters from us. Not a drop of water to drink. Our throats are parched. We wait. Crash. We are covered with earth. That one's not ours. We await the next. In the hole next to us, 2 men are buried. Help me. One of them runs for it, crazed with fear. Another has a broken leg. He's nothing to help him except his packet of dressings. Carry him to safety? We can't even think of it in such a hail of fire. Crash! It's still not our turn, but again there are cries of agony from a neighbouring hole. Are we all going to be wiped out one by one before being relieved? Relief, we've never given up thinking about it. How could one get through such a furnace alive? Isn't it better to stay where we are? A priest with a team of stretcher-bearers has come by night to bury the dead. Ah, he may as well have stayed where he was. This team is dispirited. It would like to be far away. They are bandsmen who don't like life in the infantry. Our relief is overdue. The gunfire seems even heavier. It's the 6th and 10th Battalions who are supposed to be coming to relieve the 36th Infantry Battalion on my left, the Desagneaux detachment and the 5th Battalion. It's my job to place the battalion which is relieving the 5th and my detachment. At 1:15 a.m. some men arrive half-crazed. They have lost their leader and have left many comrades killed or wounded on the way. They don't know if the others have been able to get through nor whom they must relieve. Time passes, no one, and the guns fire incessantly, throwing up a huge wall of fire in the ravine and on the railway line. 1:45 a.m. no one comes. 2 a.m. A platoon arrives now, commanded by a sergeant who has no idea of the company he is supposed to relieve. Time is pressing, dawn comes early, and with it disappears our hope of leaving. I put this squad in position. The previous one runs away. 2:15, nothing. 2:30, nothing. At 2:35, a sergeant and 2 corporals arrive. Their men have been left on the way, terrified by the gas or artillery fire, wounded or killed. Daylight will soon be here. Will we be able to get through when our turn comes? The enemy artillery is battering the railway track and the ravine. I send some men to look for our units. We shall have to hurry. 2:45. Some more men arrive. The relief is taking place as best it can. The units will group together later on. 3 a.m. One company on the right has now been relieved. My detachment has left in turn. 3:10. The last company is complete. We all leave in small groups. 3:15. Day breaks. I give a last-minute report, which is very brief. Our lines are from here to there. The position of our machine guns, enemy positions, hold your ground. 3:30. It only remains for me to go now. Alas, do the Boche fear an attack? But there's a real barrage of 150s and 210s on the railway. Smoke everywhere. You can't see a thing beyond it, except for the peak of La Clite, where German shells are exploding. We are ready, Pierre and I. We anxiously look for a gap which would allow us through. Nothing but smoke. Yet we have to go. Let's try the quietest spot, and we'll see as we go. We leave, and we haven't gone 100 meters when we meet the first French body, fallen during tonight's relief. Poor devil, with his face crushed, arms outstretched. There's nothing we can do for him. On we go, and all the way we come across wounded making for the rear, or piles of corpses in 4s and 5s, no longer red but black, decomposing on the spot. What an awful sight! Naked, limbs twisted, with sometimes a leg lying on its own covered in blood. We have to step over these bodies, across a maze of holes strewn with the foul-smelling corpses of men and horses. The ground reeks of gunpowder and gas. The smell gets down into your throat, but there can be no stopping now. The firing seems to be dying down. It's time to cross the railway line. We are running now, calling upon every bit of strength we have left. We're across the ravine. We've got the slope and the peak of La Clite to cross. Finally, we arrive at the trenches at La Clite. There's hardly anything left of the dugouts and trenches. Some heads pop up. For Christ's sake, hide, you are going to get us spotted. The eternal fear of the frontline soldier. The entrance to the battalion command post has been blocked by a shell. 3 bodies lay there in a pool of blood. Once more we can't find our way. A voice from underground calls out to us. It's the Major who has seen us passing. We join him. It was about time. Scarcely are we inside when a broadside of shells makes the ground shake around us. I'm exhausted. My throat is parched. The Major gives me a drink, and after his congratulations, I sink into a deep sleep. It's almost 5 a.m. At 6, Pierre wakes me. The Major is leaving. The guns have quietened a little. It's time to make a dash for it. We make our positions at Zeverkotten, where we spend the day. We can breathe a little now. The worst is over. It would be real bad luck if, after escaping out of this furnace, we were to cop it now. The weather is glorious. We can get some fresh air without having to keep our heads down. Tomorrow we'll have water, and I shall be able to shave and change my clothes. Oh, just to take off my shirt and to get rid of these ever-increasing fleas, not to scratch any more, and then not to have to eat chocolate or jam or some tasteless tinned food, and sleep. What a prospect. But for the moment, I can't keep still. I just don't stop scratching. May 23rd. At 2 a.m., the relieving troops arrive. We set off at full speed. There's Renninghelse to be crossed. Shells fall near us from time to time, but what does it matter? We are gaining ground, and in front of us is our rear. Our only thought is to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and the enemy. Tiredness doesn't count anymore. At dawn, we see along our route the last of our guns firing relentlessly, surrounded by huge piles of shells, dead horses, and smashed wagons. We hurry to get out of range. Abili at last. Where we camp, the guns can't reach us here. We don't stay here long, and at 2 p.m., there is motorized transport waiting for us. We drive on, and as the kilometers scurry by, smiles return to our faces. We feel alive again. Over there, the guns are thundering, but we aren't there anymore. The devastated landscape is replaced by an inhabited one. One civilian, two civilians. Joy. A whistle. It's the railway. People. Life is beginning again. In the evening, we get off at Malo-les-Bains. Not many people here. The houses are shuttered up. No one in the streets. This area is frequently bombed by German planes and shelled by long-range artillery, and a large number of the civilian population have fled. But we've got a room, a bed, and some water. The first job will be to have a wash, then to get some sleep. They say that we will only be here for 48 hours, enough time to get ourselves cleaned up. Then we will go by train to a spot where we can have a rest. Yes, that's just what we need. We are still too near the lines here. We must leave the enemy as far behind as possible. 24 to 25 to 26 May. The bad weather returns. Rain the whole day. The sea is grey. Spit and polish. Groups gather, and everyone has his word to say. Each has done more than his neighbour, has captured his Boche, and performed some fine deed in battle. Fine weather again. I make the most of it by going for a swim every morning. The water is not very warm, but it's so nice not to feel oneself a soldier anymore. Our orders are to walk about, to get some fresh air. For once there is no talk of exercises. We organise concerts while the generals arrange parades. We stroll around, most people making for the beach, which is lined with barbed wire. It's rest for once. The generals come and mix with the men. It's such a long time since we saw them, and hand round packets of tobacco and cigarettes. Things would be perfect if it were not for the beastly temper of the colonel, which is worse because everyone appears to be happy. He is as cross as two sticks. He won't admit that some men deserve a decoration. Did he see anything crouching there in his shelter, never leaving it for 15 days? We refuse to accept this, but have to struggle hard to obtain 10 ribbons a company. Why should one have to bargain in such a way on behalf of men who are always ready to do what is demanded of them? My losses have been numerous. In the regiment, 11 officers and 700 men. In my battalion, 5 officers and 260 men. Our state of health leaves a lot to be desired. We all more or less reek of gas. We have absorbed so much of it. Every day there are new cases reported, and the doctors evacuate them with bronchitis and conjunctivitis. In the hospitals there have been several deaths announced. The days go by. Leave is granted, but only a few at a time, to avoid complaints. May 29th, huge parade on the beach, decoration ceremony. Reinforcements arrive, we refill our ranks and reform. Major Constantin goes on leave. I take command of the 5th Battalion. Was Sector 5, June to 9 August. Attack on Courcelles, 11 June, 5 June. Compremi. We are now in the region of Montdidier in the American sector. At 8 in the evening, great commotion. German planes drop a shower of bombs on our quarters. Sometimes there are 5 or 6 bombs exploding at once, many casualties. These planes also take our transport by surprise. A train carrying troops from the 297th is cut in two. 5 officers killed, large number of wounded. The weather is glorious. We miss Malo, the beach, and the expanse of sea. June 6th. Soldiers from Martinique and the 1918 new recruits are brought in to complete the company's ranks. With these youngsters, we shall be expected to launch an attack before very long. June 10th, 4 p.m. Order to proceed in the direction of the enemy near Mainillet, and that's all. I'm in command of the 5th Battalion. The situation is none too brilliant. We have no idea what's in front of us, nor to our right. The artillery does just what it pleases, and there is a successive flow of orders and counter-orders. I receive a brief note telling me to form an advance guard. Some cavalry troops have been put at my disposal, and get on with it. At nightfall, we arrive at Mainillet. My battalion takes up forward positions in some woods. Pitch black, thick mud, no information, no orders, nothing. June 11th, 3 a.m. Just when the companies are acquainted with their positions and the machine gunners in place, and with what difficulty in a night as dark as this, I receive an order to return immediately to Mainillet itself and to make my arrangements for an attack. What does this mean? Orders succeed each other. Everyone has to be regrouped. The men who are half asleep complain bitterly. They are fed up. It's so dark that we make little progress, no one recognizing the way. The cooks are hastily alerted. At 5 a.m., coffee is distributed. This makes all the difference. And at 6 a.m., the battalion is assembled on the road to Mainillet. No orders, I wait. At 7, the colonel sends for me. He is very excited and seems tired. In front of him, a map. With a finger, he explains that the whole division is going to form at the railway line near Tricot, and at 9:45 proceed to attack Courcelles and Mortemer-Grandbois. 24 tanks will accompany us to Courcelles, where our lines are. The artillery preparation is to last half an hour. 5 divisions are cooperating in the attack under the command of General Mangin. And that's all, nothing on paper, no other explanation. How the regiment is marching, its formation, the position occupied by my battalion, liaison with the right and left, nothing. The colonel seems overwhelmed, incapable of anything. Perhaps it's because there he won't be in his dugout and will have to accompany us. Scrap by scrap, I obtain from him the information I judge indispensable. The regiment, formed at Tricot behind the railway track, will advance with the 16th and 10th battalions in front, the 5th behind the 6th. It was in fact my battalion which was the last one at Mount Kemmel. Deployed formation, liaison on the right with the light infantry, chasseurs. On the left, nothing. We form the wing. The 297th is in reserve. Direction, Courcelles, then Mortemer. Time of attack, 9:45. That's all I can learn. It is 7:30. The regiment leaves Mainillet. We haven't been able to transmit our orders. The troops don't know what is expected of them. They have heard about the attack, but so what? It's 8 in the morning. The sun is climbing in the sky. One does not attack like this in broad daylight. To attack now, it's just not possible. When we attack normally, we proceed to our starting positions at night, from in the front line to go over the top at daybreak. But an attack now, impossible. It's broad daylight, and we are far from our lines. The division can't reach the departure point until midday. Silently, we march on, nevertheless aware of the serious nature of the situation. Enemy planes circle above, but it's misty, and they can't see us. On our way, we come across some artillery officers choosing a site, or some who have only just arrived. On seeing this, everyone is happier. Told you we won't attack, Guns aren't even there. Faces become brighter, but this gaiety doesn't last long. Can a soldier think for one moment that an attack without artillery is possible in 1918? No, then the attack can only possibly take place tomorrow morning. Until then, all hopes are permissible. Time passes, however, and we arrive at the railway line at Trico. The two leading battalions are already there, massed behind the track in an indescribable swarm. Everyone tries to find out what is happening. We transmit our orders to each other. The colonel is nowhere to be found. On the way, we shake hands. Ruby, Morel, Piquet, Maupin, Guidicelli. See you later, mates. Sheltered by a small hedge, I group my battalion in its turn behind the 6th, and I assemble my company officers. Order: the regiment is to attack at 9:45. Direction: Courcelles. Proceed towards the church steeple in the wake of the 6th Battalion. Important point: don't get stuck in Courcelles itself, but bypass it to the left. Munoz's and Trillet's companies in front, 500 meters behind the 6th Battalion. One squad of machine gunners accompanying each company. Jouvenceau's company in the rear, outflanking towards the left. I am in the center of the battalion with the squad of machine gunners, my communications officers, my telephonists, stretcher bearers, and grenadiers. Once a few more detailed orders have been given, we inspect the terrain. The sun is up, the weather is glorious, the heat is going to be torrid. In front of us, fields, nothing but fields, the corn is high and is a mass of golden ears. War has not passed through here yet. In the distance, 3 or 4 kilometers away, rises the church steeple of Courcelles, surrounded by green countryside, and further on the outline of the woods at Rollot and the dark silhouette of Mortemer. Our impression is that as soon as we cross the railway line, we shall be in full view of the enemy. The terrain is as flat as a billiard table. We still can't understand an attack in such conditions. It seems utter madness. But there's no time to palaver. The captains have gone to give their orders. It's 9:45. The regiment sets off noisily. At this moment, the tank officers arrive and put themselves at our disposal. 4 tanks are due to accompany my battalion. They will join me at Courcelles. The 6th and 10th battalions have left. It's our turn to go now. The company set off in perfect order. It's wonderful. You would think yourself at manoeuvres. But scarcely have we crossed the railway when the first shells splatter us with mud, and ahead of us the leading battalions are submerged in smoke. The enemy has seen our movements and is firing for all he is worth. The whole plain is showered with 105s and 150s. We can clearly distinguish 3 successive barrages, and we have almost 4 kilometers to cover to reach Courcelles, where only then will we find the French lines. We think we must be dreaming. Is it possible that they have ordered the division to attack under such conditions? On we go, however, stopping occasionally to check on the men and to inspect the horizon. Nobody says a word. In front of us, a barrage is throwing up a wall of earth. How will we get through? The sun burns us with its rays. The German planes are above us. It seems such a long time since we left, but much has still to be done. We are in the thick of the barrage. Clods of earth are flying in all directions. Fire and smoke swirl around us. We hasten to cross this wall. Swear words ring out everywhere. Men stop, killed or wounded, but there is no stopping. We go on and on. We have to get through at any cost. A shell covers us with mud. We're through. The barrage is behind us. Pause to get our breath back. We have a quick swig. God, how dry our throats are. Everyone is streaming with perspiration and panting. In front of us, a few hundred meters away, there is another barrage of fire to cross. Where are the other companies? Trillet's and Munoz's are in front. They are going all right. The company on the flank is also visible in the distance. We move off again. We have difficulty in advancing through these huge cornfields, and from now on we do nothing but stumble across the wounded. They are abandoned here, amid the tall blades of corn, helpless. Those who can walk flee towards the rear. Those wounded in the leg, the stomach, or even more seriously, patch themselves up while waiting for help. Help! When will it come? The regiment has moved on. Will they find them in these huge fields, lying among the tall corn? How many are going to end up dying through lack of attention and will rot where they fell? We advance nevertheless under the burning sun and the fire of the enemy. This firing grows fiercer. We have to cross the trenches of our second and third lines, then barbed wire entanglements. We climb over them, scratching and tearing our flesh. But on we go, ever faster. The steeple is still some way off, and we must get there. Second barrage, halt, breather, we shall have to get a move on. We are in a cloud of smoke. Yet again the earth flies in all directions. The powder blinds us, and the shells make us dive for cover. Shouts, cries, and groans of the wounded. But it's forward we go. This is no time to stop. We fall, pick ourselves up, and move off again. We can't see a thing. It's crazy. Yet daylight reappears. The barrage is crossed. Stop. Quick count of the men. Some missing. Impossible to help these poor devils. The teams of stretcher bearers are disorganized now. The men have fallen, and the stretchers have been abandoned on the way. What will happen further on? Yet we are still not at our goal. The third barrage is there in front of us, waiting. Ah, to fall there, and not to have to think any more, nor to see these devastated fields, the ever-pursuing bullets, the wounded croaking their last, and the dead who have writhed in vain. Come on, let's cast such thoughts aside. Onwards, the steeple is drawing nearer. Soon the village of Courcelles appears in a swirl of smoke, in a hurricane of fire. I would like to shout to my comrades up in front. Remember my advice, pass to the left. Above all, don't go straight into the village. Those who fall into this trap will be wiped out. The enemy has concentrated all its fire onto the surrounding area. One can see nothing but smoke, fire, and powder. 10:30. We have been advancing for 3/4 of an hour. The leading company's lines seem to be wavering. The outlines of the battalions are no longer distinguishable. The losses must be enormous. How will we reach our goal? The artillery seems to double in fury. The shells fall like hail. Soon the barrage is visible. But what is our artillery doing? We can't hear anything passing over our heads. Are our guns even in place? And what would they fire with? Tiny little 75s, while the Boches are sending us 105s and 150s, and 210s are raining down on Courcelles. This day seems crazier and crazier, yet we advance, frightened and worn out as we are, hastening on, with the idea that the quicker we go, the sooner we shall reach our goal. Goal? Who knows what it is? We were told, direction Courcelles, then Mortimer, and then, do the big chiefs alone know what we are supposed to be doing? Certainly not. For to explain away this day of madness, they are to tell us afterwards that the division was sacrificed, that its mission was to create a diversion, to stop the Boche at any price, to favour an attack by other divisions on Ressons-sur-Matz. The third barrage stretches in front of us. We have summoned up our last ounce of strength and dash forward, heads down, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, with one idea in our minds, to get through and come out the other side. There is earth flying in all directions. We are showered with splinters, sulphur, slime. Men fall wounded, and suddenly an enormous psst thump, a 150 has embedded itself in the ground beneath our feet. It happened so quickly that nobody even moved. Everyone thought that this was the end. The noise over, we look at each other. The shell has not exploded. We would have died there. 10 to 15 of us. It's unheard of. It didn't explode. We can't believe it. And in spite of the gunfire, we all go and gaze at the hole left by the projectile. It's so unbelievable that I feel around for it with my cane. It's there all right, about a metre beneath the ground under our feet. So there's still some hope. Our turn won't come today. Soaked to the skin, streaming with sweat, we move forward. We are through the barrage now. Here is Courcelles waiting for us. It's enveloped in a cloud of fire and smoke. It's indescribable. There are groups of wounded everywhere, making their way towards the rear. At every step, there's a dying man, or one who has just died. What a nightmare. And the attack, properly speaking, hasn't even begun. We still haven't reached the French lines. As we approach them, we get caught in machine gun fire, and the bullets whistle around us. At the very moment before reaching our trenches at Courcelles, there's a shout at my side. "Captain, I'm wounded!" Pierre is on the ground with blood pissing from his foot. He's got a machine gun bullet in the leg. He can't walk. What can I do? We have lost all our stretcher bearers. I have no one to carry him. We must keep up the advance. Yet he begs me, Captain, don't leave me here. With difficulty, we drag him as far as the trench. It is 11 a.m. We get our breath back. The tanks are not here yet. Where are the leading battalions? Where are my companies? What has become of the officers and men in this terrible furnace? Should we carry on? First, we ought to regroup and regain some cohesion. The colonel is nowhere to be seen, and I can't find out a thing. Suddenly, a shout. The tanks! They are big Saint-Chamond, monstrous masses of iron rumbling up the road in broad daylight. What a sight! The Boche concentrate all their guns upon them. It's a deluge of fire. Some are destroyed on the spot, some are set on fire, some stagger along, trying to reach the plain, only to be blown up further on. Others succeed in crossing the lines, only to be brought to a crushing halt 100 meters later. In a quarter of an hour, it's all over. This day will have cost us 37 out of the 40 tanks which were escorting the division. As soon as our tanks are no more, our attention turns to the sky. A swarm of German planes are attacking ours, about 10 in number. It's a massacre. The guns chatter. Our planes are outnumbered 10 to 1. 5 of ours are shot down immediately. We forget everything happening up front. With a lump in our throats, we watch these planes come crashing down in flames to the ground. Everyone is dismayed. The battle is so unequal that we feel like asking for pardon for our planes. We would like to shout out to them, "No, enough is enough. Go home. Don't try anymore. We, the infantry, will stay here. You can't do anything. There are too few of you. Go away." Finally, we at last examine our own position. We have piled into a dugout where there are men from the 49th, from the 39th, and the 18th Infantry Regiments. They, too, do not know where they are, what they are going to do, nor what they have in front of them. They came here by night to attack in the morning. They awaited their orders and are still waiting for them. While waiting, they saw us crossing the open plain, just as if we were at manoeuvres. They witnessed the carnage of our troops and confirmed the madness of it all. But suddenly their officers, seeing me arrive with some men, run up to me. They have a typical southern French accent. "The Boches are hammering us. We have no ammunition. We're off. You are here. Stay." Ah, but have I to take orders from them? I send them politely back to their positions with a warning that if their men run away, I shall have them shot. Speechless, they rejoin their posts, but before long there's a great commotion and a general free-for-all, with everyone running for his life. The officers shout to their men to come back, saying as they run past us that they too have no ammunition and are going. I can't help shouting back, "You southern cowards!" But in front of us, a black wave is surging. The Boches are attacking. 2 or 3 companies are advancing with bayonets fixed. I have no one on my left. We are going to be outflanked and overrun. Get your machine guns going, automatic rifles, fire here all of you, in the name of God, fire, fire, fire. Everyone has understood, and with the men that I have been able to regroup standing on the parapet, we fire away madly. Our rifles burn our hands, but we keep on firing, peppering the Boche with bullets. We see them being knocked down and fleeing back to their line in disorder. During all this time, Pierre has not stopped shouting to me, "Captain, don't let me be taken. I don't want to be a prisoner." Gosh, that was a close shave. We must reorganize ourselves. Will we have one moment's peace? Some troops join me, and I organize the line. I have Pierre taken to a first aid post. Alas, he was carrying my food and drink. I haven't got a thing, and I am dreadfully thirsty. But I've a good bunch of men around me, men who, if you set them an example, would do anything for you. They give me a drink. Water is very precious. Biscuits and some chocolate. I won't die of hunger. Time marches on. Midday, 1 o'clock. The sun burns like fire. The artillery has concentrated its fire on Courcelles, which is in flames. At 2, the steeple collapses. The village and the surrounding area are devastated. What are we doing here? What are our orders? The colonel? Everyone is seeking the colonel. I have contacted the 6th and 10th battalions, halted in front of Courcelles. My companies are in place. The 6th battalion is looking for the colonel. The 10th battalion is looking for the colonel, but he is nowhere to be found. We will shortly learn that on seeing the barrages, he took cover behind the railway line at Tricot. He will only come and join me later at 2 p.m. We get organized as best we can while awaiting our orders. The Boche are turning on the pressure and we are fighting them back with grenades. My God, what a day. Soon we learn some sad news, brought by our communications messengers. It makes me very depressed. All the old uns of the regiment are no more. 2 hours ago, I was shaking them by the hand. Now they are nothing more than hunks of flesh, carcasses which will probably rot in the sun. All this in an hour. It's brutal, terrifying. The hours pass slowly by. The colonel, found at last, sheltering in a dugout that the sappers have hastily built for him, sends us his orders. We will attack again at 8 p.m. How and where, nobody knows. Nothing is ready. Everyone is seeking his orders. It's one awful confusion. The officers are looking for their men, the men for their officers. Everyone has different orders, and no one knows what precisely he has to do. There are no more NCOs. The companies are reduced to 40 or 50 men. Towards evening, a new order. The attack is put off until tomorrow. The frontline battalions return to our positions to spend the night. Fresh rations? No question of it. How could the kitchens come out to us? We content ourselves by stocking up with grenades, cartridges, and weapons taken from the dead. When evening falls, we stay put, overwhelmed by this day and haunted by the frightful vision of the slaughter which is due to start again tomorrow. June 12th. We are in very low spirits all night. This region, which, a few days ago, had not seen any fighting, suddenly found itself, as a result of the German advance, in the front line. The only possible shelter would be in the village, but the deluge of gunfire is incessant, and it would be madness to go there. Furthermore, there are regiments of all sorts. How would one find enough room for everyone? Our regiment is sheltering in a trench 80 centimetres deep, which can scarcely contain a battalion. Pushing and shoving, the men crawl along on all fours so as not to expose themselves to the enemy's machine guns. They try and find their wounded comrades who can't move on their own. How much devotion is shown during this night, despite the enemy's furious gunfire. Ah, if they were to discover our position, what butchery there would be. With our minds fixed on yesterday's losses, our bodies aching, our limbs stiff, everyone is there, crouching, folded in two, waiting for the morrow, waiting for orders, which can only be bad. The hours pass, day will soon be dawning, no orders. It's only at 3 a.m. that these two terse lines are handed to each major. Proceed with your battalion as far as the front line to relaunch the attack. That's all. Departure time, our positions and objectives, nothing. And daylight is with us. We haven't the time to consult one another, to transmit our orders. It's chaos again. Everyone moves forward haphazardly as best he can. We fall into shallowly dug trenches occupied by other troops in the sector. These immediately take fright. Take cover, you silly beggars. You'll get us spotted. After a lot of jostling, we see that there just isn't enough room for everyone. The men go off in groups on their own to find some shelter. They are no longer under their chief's complete control. 4 a.m. It appears that the attack was due at this time. No one knew anything about it. However, on the right, some of our troops do attack, and immediately Boche machine guns spring into action. The alarm is given, and their artillery pounds us. It seems as if we will all be wiped out. Our artillery doesn't fire a shell. The Boche are masters of the situation. The attack is postponed. What could they expect from our division, decimated and without leaders? We stay put. We try and dig ourselves a hole and wait. The whole day planes are above us, and the artillery fire is relentless on Courcelles, a hurricane of fire passing over our heads. I'm at the northern edge of the village. The road is littered with bodies. It's unbelievable. There's a blown-up tank which is lying across and blocking the road. Inside are 2 burnt corpses, black, unrecognizable. Further on, bunches of men, legs twisted and mangled, or with gaping holes in their bodies, their eyeballs dangling out of their sockets, half their jaws missing, with terror written all over them. We can't take them away. They are too numerous. Stretcher bearers are sorely needed, and the Boche don't give us a minute's peace. All we can do is to cover them with lime and then with a sheet or a blanket. We pick them up in mounds, but there are still more and more of them. Soon, under the burning sun, the flies will have a feast, and the whole road will be nothing more than a cemetery of putrefying dead. Further on, I fall into a pool of coagulated blood. It stinks. There's a dugout beside it which has served as a first aid post. The bodies are piled there in heaps. It's awful. We are forced to move on. The few dugouts which we do come across are already occupied by corpses from the previous day. You either have to squeeze in close to them or move on, but with each one we come to, it's the same thing. Pierre is no longer with me. I go around alone or with a liaison officer, inspecting my battalion and regrouping the hesitant. All day there are attacks on our right and left. We don't know a thing. There is shooting and grenades going off everywhere. We are living completely in the dark about everything, waiting, always waiting. In the evening, about 8 p.m., the regiment, the 6th and 10th battalions, relieve the frontline troops. My battalion, in reserve, is at the colonel's disposal, but he has found shelter in a cellar and doesn't come out anymore. But he continually sends for me to know if everything is going well, if everyone is in position and ready for anything. He is underground, as he isn't used to being so close to the enemy. Each time he sends for me, my post is 200 meters from his. I have to cross streets strewn with bodies and rubble, under heavy gunfire at the mercy of the first shell splinter. But what do others matter to him? He is in command and I have to obey. June 13th. All night an avalanche of shells fall on Courcelles. The houses are still in flames. This morning we attacked with 3 divisions on our right near Mary. We don't know the result yet. We fear an attack on our flank at any moment. The regiment has no more NCOs. Our losses are enormous, and 18 days ago we left Mount Kemmel with a loss of 800 men. At 7 p.m, the 18th Infantry Regiment attacks on our left to the northeast of Courcelles. It brings back 50 prisoners, but the Boche counterattack and capture one of our lines. They are stuck in between our battalions, and we have to force them out with grenades. This is the situation when night falls. A night of gunfire, of grenades exploding, and of the thundering of guns. I am now installed in a cellar with my liaison officer and my telephonists. The house above us has collapsed. The floor and the rubble are our only protection. Inside, some old straw, mouldy and dirty. We have only been here 24 hours and we're already being eaten by the lice. Sleep is impossible with these continual alerts and heavy artillery fire. A single staircase descends into this dark hole. If it's blocked, we shall be choked to death. There's no time to be lost. Everyone takes a shovel or a pick and starts demolishing and digging. We shall only be happy when we have made a second way out. June 14th. We are expecting to be relieved. After an attack like ours, one is usually relieved within 48 hours. The regiment needs to be reformed. We can't stay here. We await news of our departure. That's our main preoccupation at the moment. June 15th. Our hope of relief fades away. The division is positioned along a front 4 kilometers long from Courcelles to Mary. All the troops who were behind us have gone elsewhere. There is talk of German attacks on Amiens and Mount Kemmel. We remain where we are harassed, exhausted and covered in vermin. Thinking we would be here only 48 hours, we left everything behind. I haven't a thing. My trousers are torn and I have lost my greatcoat. We scarcely see any newspapers here, but those we do see are enough. The journalists claim to have seen it all, but write idiotic articles on the wonderful advance of our troops, the last words of a dying soldier. Let them come and live a short while with us, then we'll see. We now know our losses on the 11th. As for the regiment, 19 officers, 11 killed and 2 have since died. About 700 men out of action. In the division, 54 officers and more than 2,000 men. In the 121st Light Infantry Battalion, there is only 1 officer left, a sub-lieutenant who is commanding the battalion. June 16th, it's panic stations today. Enemy troop movements have been seen in front of us, near Rolot. Their planes are active. An attack is feared. Orders come pouring in. An attack is certain. Make ready. Everyone is on edge. The colonel sends for me yet again to organize the defense of the village. Not really its defense, but that of a single man, him, the colonel. He is the only one that counts. I have to leave what I'm doing, the protection of the companies, exterior defenses, and machine gun emplacements. He is there in his cellar. If there's an attack, he must be protected. Orders to surround him with barbed wire, orders to build a redoubt in front of him with machine guns in position, orders to have an escape trench built for him, with protecting fire on both sides of it. He won't come out to see what's happening, but he repeatedly calls me in to see if everything is all right and that he will be well protected. The men grumble. Do they count? What disgust they feel in working for this man who doesn't care about them, who couldn't care less if they have only shallow holes for shelter with no protection. It's war. Every man thinks of his own skin according to his means. Fortunately, it's calmer for the moment. The Boche are firing less. It has now been confirmed that our offensive caused a huge German attack to fail and stemmed their advance. We are now being smothered with praise to make us forget the madness of this attack. June 18th. The major returns from leave. I hand back the command of the battalion to him. He has missed the whole business. He tells us that the newspapers are full of the Mongin attacks of these days which saved the situation. Alas, who can suspect what we did, in what conditions we attacked? The regiment is reorganized in depth. We are placed in reserve in open fields on the Merry Tricot Road. June 23rd. In the evening, we relieve the 121st Corps on Hill 100, southeast of Courcelles. Thus we are back in the lines, without a day of rest. The decimated battalion has been patched up as best it can. We don't know the NCOs, and they don't know the men. At 10 p.m, I leave to inspect the lines. You have to go through the village to get to them. The lines themselves are in open fields, no dugouts, no protection. Scattered everywhere across the plain are blown-up tanks, a mass of twisted metal. We count 30 of them in the sector. June 26th. Accompanied by one of my men, I set out at 9 p.m. to reconnoitre the lines, but we get lost. The night is very dark, and we can't see a thing. We have strayed from our line, made up of small posts 300 or 400 metres apart, and we can't find our way. Not a sound, not a flare, nothing but corn all around us. Do we go forward, back, to the left or to the right? We are utterly lost. We don't dare move forwards for fear of meeting the Boche. My only weapons are my stick and my revolver. My companion has his rifle but no cartridges. It's almost midnight. Are we going to spend the night like this, and how shall we get back to our post in daylight? If we make any noise, our sentries may fire at us. Suddenly, 100 metres from us, we hear shouts in German, 3 flares, some grenades exploding, a few rifle shots, then silence falls again. Are we going to get it? Have they seen us? However, thanks to the light from the flares, we recognise our positions. We are saved. We make for the post which had come under attack. The Boche had ambushed them amid the corn and surprised them at work. 1 dead corporal and another wounded soldier were brought back, but Dufour was captured by the Boche. Our men in the lines are jumpy as they have no protection. July 21st to 22nd to 23rd. At 9 p.m, we take up our positions in the second line at the lime kilns. We are now invaded by visitors. The sector is calm. The second line is attractive. These gents will be able to write a fine report on their return. Like snails after a storm, the gold braid is appearing from everywhere. They come by day and even at night, 2, 3 every day. No shells, they are so happy to make themselves noticed. In the lines, they go round gathering information. Ah, so that's your machine gun there. Well, that's your 37 gun there, is it? And if you were to move it away a little, how many platoons have you in the lines? And where are the combat troops? And this and that. With all their information in their notebooks, they scurry off back to their offices to announce that they have been to the lines and to write fine reports, stating the necessity of moving such a platoon or modifying the position of a machine gun. Then we will receive orders and counter-orders, and no one, except us, will know what really happens in the lines. It's a farce, an absolute farce. August 2nd, 4 years of war. An attack is being prepared. The 5th Battalion is to carry it out. Have they gone off their heads? We must be dreaming. The chiefs have decided that the attack will be effected in total silence. How is it possible to make a battalion of men advance in silence without arousing the attention of the enemy? Our objective is a small rectangular-shaped wood about 1,200 meters from our lines. Without artillery preparation, the battalion must surround it and bring back the goods. It's so simple. The German barrage, their machine guns, nothing matters. Just listen to the colonel explaining the movement to us. You advance up to the wood, one company to the left, one to the right. You surround it and bring back everything inside. There you are, nothing simpler. You might think we were playing with toy soldiers on a table. Yet we have been at war for 4 years. August 4th. It's at 3 a.m. that the operation is due to begin. The night is frighteningly dark. You can't see a meter ahead, and we have to hold each other by our coattails so as not to lose the person in front. The major is very on edge. It's his first attack. Up to the Kemmel, he was adjutant to the colonel. At Mount Kemmel, he stayed in his dugout. On June 11th, he was on leave. At 1:30 a.m., we reach Hill 100. The troops must be in place at 2:40, ready to leave at 3. Here we are on the plain, and it seems darker still. You can't even make out who your neighbour is. At 2:30, the 2 leading companies arrive. What a din! Hey, 3rd Squad, 55th, this way. Where are you, Giamashi? Everyone is looking and calling for everyone else, and the Boches are in front of us. Real command is impossible. We shall advance, but where to? We don't know. It will be hit or miss. There are no landmarks, nothing but the darkness of the night. Suddenly, at 2:50, when the noise is louder still, with everyone trying to find his place, there is a great commotion. The Boches are onto us. They are attacking. All we can make out is their shouts and cries. Hurrah! Hoch! How many are they? Where are they? Pitch black. The major is overcome. He is dumbfounded, and not helped by his warrant officer, who has never seen the front, except from the bottom of a dugout. It's not the moment to lose your head. Trillat, commanding the 18th, is at my side. A flare in the name of God. The white flame lights up the night. German helmets are only 20 meters from us. Fire along the line. Fire, fire, for Christ's sake, fire. Guns bark everywhere. The men take cover and the tide is stemmed. We have about 20 good men here who know what to do and won't be frightened off. A flare, fire again. It's finished. Where's the major? I haven't any idea. Now's the time to capture some prisoners. 1 platoon to the left, another to the right, and forwards. Rendezvous in 15 minutes at this spot. Meanwhile, the telephone is ringing. The colonel at the other end, in his dugout 10 meters below ground, is fuming because we are not advancing. I let the major deal with him. I prefer the line. You must advance, he says, at any price. Have you taken any Boche or machine guns? Flank round to the right, blind them with your flares. You can't see clearly. Liaison is impossible. Too bad. Advance nevertheless. How easy it is to fight a war from a map at the bottom of a hole. Meanwhile, the 2 platoons return. They encountered the enemy, and they have 6 men missing and 4 wounded. On our left, a dreadful din starts. The Boches are attacking too and send us red and green rockets and flares. Day is about to dawn. Their barrage opens fire. With explosions everywhere, we are enveloped in smoke and fire. There is no question of advancing. We fall to the ground, making ourselves as small as possible. A quarter of an hour later, calm returns. Day is breaking. There's no time to be lost. We must be off and quickly, otherwise it will be too late. At Mary, the colonel is waiting for us. What a reception. Poor major who doesn't dare answer him back. You didn't maneuver properly, he shouts. You should have done this and this. You'll start again in 48 hours. The major tells him of the machine guns, of the Boche who disorganized the line, of the impossibility of doing anything in a night so dark. The colonel is furious. Machine guns? How many dead and wounded have you? There is the heart of the matter. You've got to have a long list. No dead and only a few wounded. You haven't done anything. Get your men blown to smithereens. You are a hero. Your honour is safe. And this will always be the case. In pursuit of the enemy, August 10th to September 5th, Rollo to Boulogne-la-Grasse, La Poste, Bois des Loges, Écuvilly, Bois du Quesnoy, Frétoy, Mirancourt, Guiscard. August 10th, the lime kiln, Merry, positioned in the second line. The battalion is now slowly climbing the slopes of Hill 100. The men file along the communication trenches, a platoon at a time, with no one saying a word. Everyone's deep in thought. Soon it will be time to attack. There's plenty to think about. Soon the companies will be massed, then there will be great anxiety as the time approaches. With all eyes riveted on the hands of a watch, we shall wait for the signal. Next, it will be up over the top of the trench and the great unknown, just the plain ahead of you, and death perhaps. The Boches are jumpy, their artillery fire is heavy, and as if shrapnel is not enough for them, they shower us with gas shells. Unable to breathe, we are forced to put on our masks. Our throats are scorched and our eyes are smarting. Puffing and blowing, we keep moving, and with perspiration streaming down under the mask, we hurry to get into position. We can't, however, stand the mask anymore. It's suffocating us, and we have to take it off. At 1 a.m., we are in position. The enemy guns are now firing behind us. However, in front, there's nothing but hundreds of puffs of white smoke, gas shells. In the thick of this fog, the troops have to be positioned for the attack. The major seems washed out. He's not used to it yet. As his side, his eternal warrant officer repeatedly advises him to take cover in a shell hole until it's time to leave. No, not that above all. One must not make the mistake of seeking cover. You don't come out afterwards. And anyway, in moments such as this, the men want to see their leader. They need to feel supported, to feel their leader's gaze upon them. I leave him to his meditation, to make a quick trip round the troops. It's very necessary. The lieutenant commanding the 17th Company is drunk. He needed a swig of rum to give himself some courage. Another succeeded the first, then another, and now there he is, sprawled in the trench, incapable of command. His officers and his NCOs don't know what to do. My orders and threats, you don't joke in situations like this, have no effect. I'll have to do his job. Finally, everything is ready. Everyone is at his post. The major himself is in the front line. We inspect the terrain, trying to find the best route, and then settle down to wait. At 4 a.m. day breaks. We take out our watches. 20 liaison officers are there with the telephone wire unwound ready, everyone awaiting the crucial moment. 4:18 a.m. Artillery preparation. Next, it's the barrage which is to precede us. Everyone is silent. The Boches seem to have stopped firing. Are they getting their breath so as to give us a really warm welcome? Our hearts are pounding. I'm confident, however. I remember the Kemmel, where it worked so well. 4:30 a.m., 3 minutes to go. It's 4:33 that we go over the top. The major seems helpless. He clings close to his warrant officer, who is still advising him to stay behind. I leave him, as at a time like this, one should feel courage and not cowardice. And the Boches are not firing anymore. What are we risking? 4.31, 32. I climb over the parapet, bayonets fixed, ready for attack. 4.33, forward. The shout is repeated along the line, each man looking to see if his leader is coming too. Ah, if there was no one to command, what a day it would be. The platoons come out. Some men are hesitant, but they see me. I push them forward with my stick. Everyone is out now. Everyone. No, the poor major is there in a corner of the trench with his warrant officer. He will only leave it when I return to tell him that the companies have achieved their objective, that I have found a shelter for him, and that he must not stay where he is. At 5:08 a.m., the trenches of Aisne and Picardy are reached without mishap. The Boches have gone, and the trenches are empty. They only left a couple of machine guns manned by 2 soldiers who, after having shot off a few rounds, surrender. We wait. Our gunners lengthen their range. Our planes fly over at 50 meters and signal that there's no one there. At 6 a.m., we attack our final objective, the square wood. A few Boches are there, but they don't even fire at us. The major and his warrant officer seem nailed to the spot. I don't even bother with them anymore. Things are working well. Now's the time to push forward. Attack. If you take cover, you're frightened to come out afterwards. If you stay out, you are less likely to be afraid. I send out reconnaissance parties in all directions. The troops are advancing too. With Trillett, In charge of the 18th, we go as far as Rollot. The countryside is empty. I inform the major of this, who tells me to come back, that we mustn't go so quickly. 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. The hours go by, and we stay there without getting any orders. Come on, there are no more Germans. Now's the time to advance. Are all the chiefs going to stay under cover and let the opportunity slip? What are they doing? How much time is being wasted? 11 a.m., midday, nothing. We are still waiting. I inform the colonel of the situation. It's only at 2 p.m. that we receive the order to advance. Is this the way to harass the Boche? If we had stuck close on their heels, how far might we have got? The battalion has now formed into a column ready to march. I am with the advance guard. The Boche have withdrawn their artillery. It's not firing anymore. Rollot, Hemvilliers, Boulogne-la-Grasse. The cavalry comes into action. Scouts are sent up ahead. The heat is overpowering. The men have to carry all their equipment, their rifles and machine guns. They are whacked. At Boulogne-la-Grasse, 4 armoured cars are put at my disposal. They scour the road and signal the enemy at Tillaloy Wood. We now advance with care. 1 company of marksmen has been formed. At La Poste, we encounter some resistance from the enemy sentries who are falling back, and shortly afterwards we make contact with the enemy who is occupying the fringe of Tillaloy Wood. It's almost 7 p.m. We have advanced 10 kilometres. We come under heavy fire from the Boche, whose machine guns open up as soon as they see us. We await orders. It's 8. We form advance posts at La Poste and organise our line. The enemy artillery starts shooting. The terrain is dangerous. Before leaving, the Boche had mined all their dugouts. A step hides a grenade, and the opening of a door sets off a bomb. They have thought of all the spots where we might go. We decide to dig ourselves a hole in the open. It's safer. It's the beginning of a war of mobility. On our left, Montdidier is captured and overrun. To our right, the advance continues. August 11th. We bivouac on the spot. Orders and counter-orders flood in. Our positions are heavily bombarded. 10:45 a.m., sad news. Trillett, old man Trillett, has been killed. He and I were the only captains still alive after the Battle of Mount Kemmel. Will it be my turn next? Poor old Trillett. In every attack he led his men fearlessly onwards. We saw him at the Chemin des Dames, not even ducking when the machine guns opened fire, at the Kemmel, urging his company on. And now a shell has fallen right on him as he was having a bite to eat by the roadside. One of his officers has had an arm blown off. All his men are shocked and have tears in their eyes at such a senseless end to a life. There he is, stretched out at our feet with a gaping hole in his neck and half of his head missing. One can scarcely recognise him. What remains of his face is covered with blood and blackened by powder. 11 a.m. We await our orders. The Boche is putting the pressure on. He is firing gas shells at us and seems determined to stay put. There's not a senior officer in sight. We are on our own in the open countryside and have no idea what is going on. Have they already found a nice dugout somewhere? The armoured cars go to reconnoitre ahead, but no sooner have they crossed the Tillaloy Wood when they come under fire from guns loaded with special bullets, and they are forced to make a hasty retreat. One of them does not return. Hell for leather, they rush back towards us, with shouts coming from inside. Help! Get some stretcher bearers quickly. The driver and the other occupants are all severely wounded. The anti-tank bullets have pierced the armour plating and ripped their limbs to pieces. We have great difficulty in getting them out of their little fort. One man has just died. His brains have been shot out. Another is holding his leg in both hands. There's only his trousers stopping it from falling off. There is blood everywhere, gaping holes in chests and stomachs, legs blown off, moaning and groaning. These men are suffering atrociously. They don't say much, however, merely glancing from side to side in the hope of help, still hoping until the last. 4:30 p.m. The 169th Infantry Division attacks in front of us and to the left. Tillaloy Wood is an inferno. What can be happening in there? The attack has failed. We try again at 8:30, but the result is the same. The Boches are digging their heels in. Their artillery fire is very heavy. August 14th, I take command of the 10th Battalion, replacing Major Brebian, who has been killed. I have been recommended for the Legion d'Honneur for the attack of August 10th. I will learn later on at Divisional HQ that you can receive this decoration only if you have lost a limb. That's how they recognize your devotion. If you haven't got an arm or leg missing, nothing doing. August 18th. The night is spent under a hail of shells. You would think that the Boche don't want to leave a tree standing. At 6 p.m, an order arrives for us to attack tomorrow morning. The 10th Battalion must capture Bouvier Wood. God, it's not going to be easy. A wide open plain stretches before us, and at about 1 to 1.5 kilometers in front, we can just make out the wood. What does it hide? How many machine guns are hidden in its fringe? Doesn't my battalion risk being decimated as it advances? On our right, we are in touch with the 297th. To our left, nothing. We form the pivot. In the centre of the plain, there's a small hillock covered with bushes which promises nothing good. So, it's back to the unknown, to the race of death. August 19th, 6.28. Attack. The first wave surges forward. Scarcely have the men gone 100 meters when machine gun fire sweeps the plain. Bullets whistle everywhere. The men are pinned down. On the hillock, each bush spits fire, the bullets virtually forming a net above our heads. We manage to advance nevertheless. The German barrage opens up and we are enveloped in smoke. There are clods of earth flying everywhere. Trees are shattered, bodies are thrown into the air, torn to ribbons. It's carnage. Forward, forward, we've got to get out of this zone, otherwise not one of us will come back alive. Our troops are advancing admirably, crawling along on their stomachs, sowing death and injuries as they go. We are still making progress, but alas, so slowly. We are hardly 300 meters from our wood, and Bouvier Wood is far away. The company on our right presses on. It reaches the edge of the wood, when, unfortunately, its captain is killed by a machine gun bullet. Without someone to lead them, the platoons dive for cover and stay there. It's 7 a.m. We can neither advance nor pull back. On all sides there are wounded dragging themselves back towards the rear. The Boche harass these crawling figures. They too must retain their position at all costs, even if they have to die doing it. I send a messenger to the colonel to advise him of our position. At midday he sends me word that the 5th Battalion is going to attack on the right to help us. At the same time we are to join up with him and attack. How can I warn the companies? Soon the 5th Battalion moves forward, but the German barrage opens up angrily. Gas! That's all we needed. We can't put our masks on, as we would suffocate. It is so hot. Is this all? Far from it. Enemy planes now come and fly low over us and empty their machine guns on anything moving on the plain. Impossible to fire back. Any movement we make is greeted by a hail of machine gun fire. What a sticky situation to be in. Are we going to die here, flat on the ground, without being able to defend ourselves? Day draws to its close. We have to get back to the lines, regroup and count our losses. There are wounded coming from everywhere. Their undressed wounds are hideous. They smell like corpses already. The regiment can now display its list of victims. In my battalion alone, there are 27 dead, 88 wounded and 62 missing. August 21st. Towards 6 p.m, we learnt at last that the Boche are pulling back. The 5th and 6th Battalions now occupy Bouvier Wood. Major Brebian's replacement arrives this evening. I receive the order to rejoin the 5th Battalion and to boost Major Constantine's morale, who, according to the colonel, is too depressed to command. Alas, aren't we all at the same point? August 22nd, I take up my post in the 5th Battalion. We are installed in a former Boche dugout, swarming with bugs and fleas. It's so filthy that in spite of the gunfire we move to a shell crater. We seem to have lost any notion of life. We are all so utterly exhausted after days without rest and nights without sleep that we haven't the strength to react. This is our life. We are living in the open air, soaked by rain and sweat. If no one catches bronchitis or pneumonia, it will be a miracle. August 23rd. Are we going to be relieved? Will someone at last admit that we are totally exhausted? Not at all. Major Constantine is sent back in disgrace because he is too old and has been judged incapable of leading his men in an attack. I take command of the battalion. August 24th to 25th to 26th reinforcements arrive. Our losses since May are the following. Kemmel, 12 officers, 800 men. June 11th, 19 officers, 700 men. August 10th to 25th, 23 officers, 600 to 700 men. So in less than 4 months, 54 officers and 2,200 men. The total strength of the regiment. August 28th, great news. The Boche have taken to their heels. At 6 a.m. we set off. The terrain is utterly devastated. Gas shells, we advance with difficulty. Nevertheless, we cross Bouvier Wood, Annecy, Ambrecourt. It's midday. The heat is overwhelming. Shells start falling and our advance becomes even more laborious. By evening, we are at Écuvilly. The 10th Battalion forms the advance guard. Contact is made with the enemy and the advance is halted. It's only at 11 p.m. that we receive the order to make camp. We are in a little village, alone except for a few apple trees. I camp at the foot of one with my lieutenant machine gunner and the doc. 3 holes have been dug for us which rather resemble a grave. It's raining and the water flows into these holes. We have to sleep in mud. At 2 a.m. a note arrives, under a blanket. With my torch pointing towards the bottom of my helmet, I read what it says. Attack for 5:30 a.m. How can one give orders in such conditions? It's pitch black and impossible to write. We set off. But as soon as we leave Écuvilly, we come under a hail of machine gun and shell fire. Men fall, but we press on. The wood is a few hundred meters away, and we must reach it. At last we are there. We pause to get our breath back. Then I decide to reconnoitre the wood, so as I can position my companies. My officers accompany me. As we advance on the western fringe, there is a sudden volley of rifle fire, and one of my officers falls dead with a bullet through his heart. The Boche are in the wood. We have fallen into the trap. Furious, I report our situation to the colonel. He simply replies, "Since there are Boche there, take them prisoner and capture the wood." This would be laughable if the situation weren't so tragic. Night has fallen, we are exhausted and showered with shells and machine gun bullets which are flying in all directions. The men have had enough. Attack? To venture and advance through this wood in the dead of night? It would be madness. Let us wait for daylight. August 30th. Our attacks on the right and left are maintained, but without success. The Germans are dug in at the North Canal and are holding it steadfastly. What are our attacks worth? Our exhaustion is total, and we can only succeed when the enemy gives way under our artillery fire. At 6 p.m. the enemy unleash an avalanche of fire on the wood. There is gas swirling everywhere, coughing, spitting and vomiting, with our insides seemingly on fire. Our fatigue gets the better of us. Our losses are great and many are seriously wounded. Everyone is bitter at seeing his comrades fall one after the other. Will this be the fate of us all? I have no more NCOs with my platoons reduced to half a squad. Everything is becoming impossible. No one wants to leave his emplacement anymore, and it's only by threats that I can make myself obeyed, and it's hard to do this when you share their state of exhaustion. My situation is the following. I have only 2 officers left, a lieutenant commanding the machine gunners and a captain who arrived 2 days ago commanding the 18th Company. My last captain had his arm blown off and lost a leg. My 2 other companies are commanded, one by a warrant officer who is hastily sent to me from the 16th, the other by a sergeant. As for NCOs, 1 sergeant per company plus 2 corporals. As far as troops are concerned, 25 men in 2 companies, 30 to 35 in the other 2. That's all that remains of the battalion after the reinforcements we received 6 days ago. How can one carry out orders in such conditions? How can one attack? The battalion has scarcely the effective strength of 1 company. August 31st. The men can't take any more. There have been cases of men breaking down in tears and rolling on the ground, sobbing. As a result of seeing their comrades killed and maimed, their nerves have been broken. We have hordes of wounded, but we have to go 2 kilometers to the rear in order to get medical attention. There was one good fellow in the regiment, Dr. Maupin, but he was killed on June 11th. Those who have been sent since prefer the shelter of a cellar. I sent an order for one of them to come here and work. He came only to leave again, on the pretext that he needed water and more dressings. And in the meanwhile the men are in agony, but there is no one to ease their suffering. At 7 a.m. we attack again. Our infantry gains ground towards Campagne on our right. We ourselves capture the last machine guns which were standing between us and the path bordering the canal. September 4th. At 6:15 I received the order to advance. With my skeleton battalion, we occupy the mill at the North Canal, then the lock. The pursuit is on again. The Boche have gone. By 10 a.m. we have crossed Frétoy, then Régevoin. At midday we are at Mironcourt, where the enemy welcomes us with a few shells. Finally, at 6 p.m. we have gone beyond Guiscard. My battalion holds Château Messouy, Hill 104, Bethencourt. Our advance has been 8 kilometres. We are as tired as if we had done a forced march of 50. At nightfall, the 297th passes in front of us. We stay where we are. Some Boche dugouts permit us to get some sleep. We are no longer in the front line. We can breathe. The following order arrives at 11 p.m. Tomorrow the division will regroup. What does this mean? Aren't we going to get some rest even now? Our weariness is indescribable. Our advance from Courcelles has been about 30 to 35 kilometres. September 5th. We bivouac on the spot, awaiting orders and receiving supplies. At last, at 4 p.m, we receive the order to leave. What joy! We are going to the rear. Everyone's running around, bursting to tell the good news. It's not the moment to cop it. Some shells explode. Men and mules fall to the ground. Let's get out of here. The artillery fire does not stop. What does it matter? We are going to the rear. We find the strength to walk again. Shortly afterwards, we are out of the firing zone. We can breathe. What a relief to feel oneself away from it all. Jokes are cracked. We pass our men and artillery. The plane is in front of us. How good it feels. Let's get as far away as possible. Lorraine Sector 7, September to 16th, November 14th, September. Is this a sector at all? In broad daylight, we can walk along the roads under the very noses of the Boche without a shot being fired. We are lodged in huts, and nobody thinks of using the dugouts. The kitchens are installed right in the front line. Their chimneys belch smoke, but nobody bothers. Over the way, the Boche do the same. It's a rest sector. You would think you are on stage at the theatre. There's not a shell hole to be seen in the trenches or along the paths. It's just the sort of sector for the President of the Republic or for parliamentary missions. On September 16th, I get 16 days leave, 6 days for being mentioned in dispatches at Mount Kemmel, June 11th, and the pursuit. October 6th, I rejoin the regiment at Drouville, in the Serres sector. The 359th Infantry Regiment ceased its existence on the 4th. It has been disbanded and replaced by the 14th Tirailleurs, who are on their way here from Oran. We don't know if we shall be amalgamated with them or be sent to another regiment. October 7th to 8th to 9th. My relationship with the new major who has been appointed to lead us is becoming more and more strained. We are not speaking to each other anymore. I have requested to change battalions and am awaiting an answer. The colonel informs me that he has again proposed me for the Legion d'Honneur, but his recommendation didn't get further than the first desk at Divisional HQ. Only those who have lost a limb or some faculty have the right to be granted it. The days pass uneventfully by. I spend my mornings hunting. The plains are full of partridge. You can even hunt between the lines. The Boche don't mind. They do it too. Every morning I bring back a hare and 3 or 4 partridges. Everyone hunts in this area, especially those from the rear. The police are on the alert and hunt the hunters. But here there's nothing to fear. They won't come as far as this. October 15th, I am informed by the colonel that my request has been granted. I leave the major and his battalion. He tells me, too, that I have been proposed to take command of my own battalion. With my name already on the list, I can be chosen any day now. In the meanwhile, the general wants to send me to Divisional HQ to reorganize the instruction centre there and to deliver lectures. Is this the beginning of the end for me? No, for it is clear that I won't even set foot inside Divisional HQ, as the colonel declares he doesn't want to lose me and is going to request my transfer to the 14th Tirailleurs, the 1st battalion of which has been formed. October 21st. Colonel Dinot summons me to replace Major Rouchon, who is leaving the regiment. My function is that of the colonel's chief assistant officer. 22 to 23 to 24 October office life. Shut in all day, surrounded by papers, examining maps, compiling dossiers. Now it's my turn to send for reports and notes. My turn to prepare attacks and order reconnaissances. An attack is planned for November. Our future advance has to be worked out. Ludendorff is overrun. Our hopes increase that the end is nigh, but in the meanwhile there is fighting all along the front, and it's moving towards us. We are due to attack along the whole Lorraine front with 2 armies and the Americans, 600,000 men, with as many again in reserve, so they say. The artillery is massing, all calibers are arriving. There are gunners, guns, and piles of shells everywhere. Every night lorries pour in with thousands of projectiles. By day our planes keep watch. The most extraordinary thing about it is that all this is happening so peacefully. The Boche are letting us carry out all these preparations without firing a shot. 1-2-3 November General Mangin is reported as being in the vicinity. Soon we'll be forced to leave the quiet life to set out again for the unknown, and to relive the misery of an attack. In front of us, we can distinguish the silhouettes of the Lorraine forests. How many machine guns are hidden in there? The attack is set for the 6th, then postponed until the 8th, then the 10th. Then we suddenly learn that Germany is sending envoys to discuss an armistice. Foch has given them 72 hours to sign. This is the only thing in our minds at present. If the armistice is signed, it's peace. If not, it's an immediate attack and butchery in all its horror. November 10th. There's been a real firework display going on over in the German lines all night long. They are letting off all their flares and rockets, green, red, yellow, they all mingle in the sky. A few Boche try to come and fraternize with our troops, but they are chased off by rifle fire. Then we learn that revolution is brewing in Germany, that the emperor is abdicating. It's over. The Boches are withdrawing everywhere. We are excited. We wait and hope. November 11th firework display continued all night over in the enemy camp. At 6 a.m, we hear on the radio that the armistice has been signed. The end of hostilities is fixed for 11 a.m. At 11 a.m, it's all over. We are no longer at war. What joy! The champagne flows. The attack won't take place. There's a smile on everyone's lips. No more fighting. We'll be able to move without fearing a bullet, a shell, a rocket, or gas. The war is over. The Boche have 30 days to sign the peace treaty. November 13th to 14th to 15th, alas, we are not there yet. I rejoin the 2nd Battalion of Tirailleurs. My battalion commanding officer Gerard is a charming fellow. But it's back to the pettiness of peacetime. Parades, exercises, spit and polish, etc. We camp at Sajer, nothing to do the whole day, no guarding of the sector. Every day we hope that it will be our turn to leave. We play endless games of poker. It's the only thing one can do. At last, on November 16th, we received the order to be ready to leave on the following day. Occupation, November 17th, 1918 to January 23rd, 1919, November 17th. We leave Sajer at 6 a.m. We cross Araucourt, then the German lines. We can't believe our eyes when we see the extent of the barbed wire entanglements and fortifications in this supposedly calm sector. They represent 3 years' work, and we would have had to take them by force. How good it is to saunter through them with your cane in your hand. As we proceed, a few curious onlookers appear. The Germans have taken everything with them. There's not a single gun or weapon of value remaining. Only the ammunition dumps which they couldn't destroy have been left. We camp at Mulsey. The inhabitants welcome us with open arms, but they have been robbed of everything. They welcome us with words, and they certainly have some stories to tell. Here, butter costs 18 marks a pound, and shoes 200 marks a pair. It's very cold. This walk, which should be pleasant, is rather disagreeable. November the 18th. We are going to be billeted at Guermantes. All the towns are decked out in the French colours, and the inhabitants are on their doorsteps. At Guermantes, the whole village is in festive mood. We are received by the local dignitaries. Each one has got out his coat, top hat, and his Sunday best suit. Everyone, young and old, is wearing a rosette. The children, led by the village priest, are carrying little French flags. Unbeknown to the Boche, the young girls of the village had made dresses in the French colours. When they learnt of the armistice, they prepared a welcome for the first French troops. As the major, quite overcome by the occasion, makes his speech, they surround him, and each one has her compliment to pay, and a bouquet of flowers to offer. It's charming for a village of 300 inhabitants. What will it be like when we are surrounded by thousands? These folk, however, are simplicity itself, and tell us all they have suffered and endured. Each one has his own sad tale to tell. As we advance, so prices rise. If the French soldier is well received, people are starting to exploit him. November 19th to 20th to 21st, we stay at Guermantes. It is said that they don't want us to have any contact with the Boche, so we are waiting until they leave. We resume exercises, not very enthusiastically. It's merely to keep the men occupied. Our men, they are coloured troops from Africa who don't speak much French, who are lazy and light-fingered. They say that from December 1st, leave will be for 20 days. December 1st, we enter Bavaria. The Boche stare at us with curiosity. You can feel their pride. Here only German is spoken, and the men can't make themselves understood. December 2nd, billeted at Vogelbach. We are guarding the outposts, not a word of French here. As we pass through the villages, some inhabitants cry, "Long live France," but others turn their heads. December 6th, our billets are at Rottweiler. Here the people are German at heart, and one can feel their animosity. The main point of discussion is money. The mark is worth 0.70 francs, but they don't want to understand and demand its nominal value, 1.25 francs. There are long arguments. An interpreter is sent for, but they get kid-glove treatment, no one daring to impose his will upon them. No trouble, no trouble. What would they do, however, if they were occupying our country? Here, it's the Frenchman who is fleeced. When you think of the way they have acted, of the suffering they inflicted on our compatriots, 4 years of insults, of fines, of ill treatment of every sort, it makes you sick. If we react strongly, the Germans complain, then it's a report to the colonel, an inquest to be held in the division, and the paperwork piles up on every desk. And yet these people here don't know what war is. They haven't seen barbed wire or trenches. All the fields are cultivated. We are the victors. They won't even feel it, and we yield before their demands. December 7th to 9th. Exercises again. Leave is slow in coming through. The authorities declare not enough transport, to which the troops reply, "When it was a question of sending us to Barleybu, you managed to find trains and vehicles then, but when it's our leave, you don't give a damn. We stay at Otterberg. Captain Gerard and I are lodged with a factory owner who, fawning and contemptible, put everything at our disposal, bathroom, billiard room. He offers us cigars, venison, the Boche in all his beauty. One feels that these sort of people will sign anything you ask of them, but won't do a thing about it. They have a strong sense of discipline. As we pass by, people salute us. If we complain that the village is dirty, a quarter of an hour later all the people are sweeping the streets and washing. There are kids swarming everywhere, in the houses, on the streets. On December 10th, we receive an order to proceed to Kaiserslautern to welcome General Fayolle. He is due to make his entry at 2 p.m. The streets are full of people, expecting something impressive. Time goes by, 2:30, 3, 4 o'clock, nothing. Finally, in the evening, his arrival is announced. Everyone cranes his neck. The troops present arms. A limousine arrives, flashes past. It's all over. It's a passing shadow. No one was even able to distinguish that a French general was in the car. What a loss of prestige in the Boche's eyes. 1919, January 13th. These days are my last. Men are being sent home, and my turn will come shortly. There are exercises every day, so we don't get out of the habit. On January 20th, I go and lunch with the colonel. On the 21st, with the general. It's over now. I haven't a friend left. My comrades from the 359th have disappeared, either killed or wounded or posted to other corps. I have no regrets about leaving this regiment where I don't know a soul. The general has just informed me that he has again put my name forward for the Légion d'honneur and that this time I should get it. Nevertheless, I am going home with my 5 mentions in dispatches, 3 years at the front, and still no red ribbon. On January 23rd, I am paid, a few handshakes. The road is opened for me to rejoin civilian life, which I left some 4.5 years ago. January 23rd, I put myself at the disposal of the major in charge of transport to carry a detachment of troops home. There are threats flying everywhere. The men going home speak only of Bolshevism, of revolution. We'll show the bosses. Our comrades won't have died in the trenches in vain. Hatred and threats are on many lips. January 30th, I am demobbed from the 163rd Infantry Regiment at Nice. Formalities, paperwork, queues at desks of all sorts to get my final pay and gratuity booklet to be returned to civilian life. At last it's finished. I have fulfilled my duty. I am no longer a soldier. February 11th, 13.411d. Chevalier de la Légion d'honneur, Croix de guerre avec palme. Outstanding officer of proven courage. Frequently distinguished himself in the battles of which he was part, notably when in command of a battalion during the attack of June 11th, 1918. Particularly distinguished himself at Verdun, on the Aisne, at Mount Kemmel, at Guiscard, at Montdidier, mentioned 5 times in dispatches.